Okay, yeah, it will. Talking out loud, sorry. So go if you don't mind, could one of y'all go into the Discord, little chat room we got going on here and just check the presentation. Make sure that looks right.
Okay. Okay, it is time, y'all, for some PowerPoint goodness. That needs to be moved over here so everybody can see. Oh my god. I need to go back. Okay. We're good. I'm live. Hello and welcome. Mike, what are you doing in my chat? Hello? Am I back? Are we good? Hello? Hello? Uh-oh, that's not a good thing. Why can't I hear anybody? Oh no. Hello, hello? I cannot hear anybody, and I don't know why. Well, that fucking sucks. This was going perfect. Setting? I'll check the settings. Voice and video. Sorry about this, y'all. Let's see. Voice activity. Testing. Testing. What the fuck? What the hell's happening? Proper Charles. Samsung Core Pro. Speaker.
Attempting to troubleshoot the last audio issues that are happening with
There we are. There we
my
are.
good friend Ikainu.
We got it.
We're back.
We're back. Oh, hell
Sweet.
yeah. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Also,
Okay.
I figured out how to make the little icons at the bottom go away for anyone who's presenting.
Woo!
You right click on you right click on the biggest image that's on screen, so the cooking link, and you uncheck the box that says show non-video participants.
Weird.
And there it goes. I can see the video in full screen and we're good to go.
Sweet. Okay. So, oh, I just probably double hit that. LOL. Oh, look, there's Nuki. Hello, Nuki. Welcome in, buddy boo.
I see.
All right. So, here's the little thing that we're gonna do with PowerPoint presentation night. You know, everyone knows who Ikainu is. Everybody knows who I am. But there is a mysterious third person on screen. We have the amazing, fantastic, awesome Schnitzel Mike in here with us today. He is going first with PowerPoint presentation night with his cute little gif of Link cooking.
Oh yeah, that's a wonderful
I've
gif.
been staring at it for the last 10 minutes.
It's
and I'm
so
nice.
It's so nice.
So nice.
Except for maybe his soulless white eyes.
That adds to it. It's like Herobrine-esque.
It's the hunger in his eyes.
It's the hunger. So Mike is gonna present first, and then it's going to be Ikainu, and then I'm gonna finish out with mine.
Hell yeah! And also Pema Dragumi, aka Dragumi, the newest addition to Kappnmorgan's server, is in my chat. And hello Dragumi. She says 10 out of 10 best Link GIF, or best GIF.
It's so cool. All right, so
she's a
Mike,
big Zelda fan.
Whenever you're ready, just let me know when to switch the slide, and I shall do it for you.
Ready.
You're ready. All right, let's get the show on the road.
Link's cooking.
What about Link's cooking?
Schnitzel. So Schnitzel. Next one.
Next one.
Sushi.
Yes.
And pizza. What do they have in common? They are quite popular, but also. Next one. Oh wait.
Oops, sorry.
They are
Double hit.
the was right there.
You can do
They
it.
are traditional foods to Austria, Japan, and Italy. And with that, next, we're getting to my topic of gatekeeping traditional foods.
Yay!
Oh no! Damn it! Okay, I see what's happening. I apologize. My sound is not working again, and I know why. It's because my my sound chip on my laptop is messed up, and it occasionally starts glitching out, and so I have to turn on and.
Huh? Everything alright?
Yeah, my audio messed up again. It's because the audio chip in my laptop is messed up to the point where it'll start sounding glitchy after a while, and the only way that I know how to fix it is to turn on and then off mono audio, but that messes up other things such as Discord.
Oh, fun. All right. Well, I'm glad you got it figured out. So, the importance of tradition.
So
Yes, apologies.
I was talking about gatekeeping. So why would you gatekeep? It's to keep tradition, and tradition is nice. It keeps a feeling of belonging. That's really good for mental health. It is fun. You like to have celebrations, and many more reasons. But on the other hand, next one. Cooking is very intimidating. So when you've never cooked in your life and you see all these people who try to
Damn it.
bring you to do exactly to cook exactly the way that is traditional, and you are not allowed to make changes, it is quite intimidating to even start sometimes. And you might look like Duck Duck in this GIF when you start.
I mean, I love it.
I'm always intimidated because I can never tell whenever something is ready. I have a dense hatred of the phrase golden brown because I've never fully comprehended what the hell that means.
It's golden brown.
But what is it? What shade of brown is that? It looks different.
Golden.
It looks different on every single dish, though.
Yeah. Anyways, ready for me to...
Sorry.
Good.
All right.
And next, it's often or sometimes tastes better when you change up something, like in sushi or especially in the maki rolls. I like raw fish, but not as much as, for example, tuna, the canned tuna. So, and I really like some cream cheese and avocado in my sushi rolls. And sushi is good, but traditional sushi is good. But I really love Philadelphia rolls, which are not that traditional.
I mean, those are pretty good.
What are in Philadelphia rolls? I don't know if I've seen those before.
That's tuna and cream cheese and avocado.
Oh, okay,
I don't
got
know,
it.
Something else.
Okay, those are good, yeah.
So, while I think, so next one.
Yeah.
While I think, it is nice to have traditional foods and make them in a traditional way. I think you shouldn't gatekeep that and let others do as they want.
Hell yeah! If you're not eating it, leave them alone.
That was kind of it. That's my point, and I will stand with that for my life.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Like, the whole point of food is to play with it and enjoy it. Like, if you like it a certain way, if you don't like a certain ingredient,
Find
substitution.
something how it tastes best to you and make it that way.
Yeah, if I want to
love it.
if I want to make a mashed potato volcano with gravy lava in it, I'm a damn well do it.
Okay, but you have to do it with the addition of the dino nuggets.
Oh, of
And
course.
broccoli.
Yeah.
Just saying.
You gotta have the whole.
Whole Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Jagumi says fish, everything fish.
And next slide.
Oh, next slide. Boop.
But if you fucking put sauce on my Wiener Schnitzel, I'm going crazy. This is a crime what you see on screen here.
Oh, I'm crying. I was not expecting that.
Additional question: what is the sauce made of?
I don't
Gravy?
even care. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so, like, not saying that you should put sauce on Wiener Schnitzel, but if you put sauce on Wiener Schnitzel, what sauce is it? Nuki, don't dip it in ketchup. That is a sin.
Or sauce-like thing you use with Wiener Schnitzel is cranberry jam.
Cranberry?
Okay.
Like a sweet and
So-
savory?
I can see that.
Okay, one final next tap.
Okay.
This is what happens when you do it.
Oh!
Oh
Jagumi does not like mushrooms, but I mean, I love them, but that sauce just looked like cream of mushroom soup.
no. It was like weird gravy with mushrooms in it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I like gravy, so.
I can't say one way or the other because I have never had Wiener Schnitzel.
I've had it a couple times, but it was in a nursing home, so they put gravy on everything.
So I'm assuming Wiener Schnitzel is not the same as American hot dogs, obviously, but like, what is the actual difference between the two?
It looks like that, minus
That
the
is
gravy.
like I don't even like. So normally when one says wiener,
Yeah.
I picture a tubular dish, but that dish does not look tubular.
That is. Vienna is a place, and yeah.
So Wiener, so the Wiener in Wiener Schnitzel does not refer to a tubular shape.
No, Wiener or Vienna. Schnitzel is the capital of Austria, where I'm from.
Oh, okay. See that's where it threw me off because Wiener sounds like wiener in its association, but like I didn't put it together that it was meant to be Vienna.
But I don't know why you call it's called Wiener sausage, even in Germany, because I say Frankfurter, that is a place in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of we're going round robin.
Yeah.
To where we
If you mean like Frankfurter is like hot dogs are in America, kind of, because like every once in a blue moon I'll hear someone jokingly be like, oh, give me one of those old Frankfurters. I'm like, okay.
All right. Wiener Schnitzel. Okay.
So recap: do what you want, except on my Wiener Schnitzel.
Excellent. 10 out of 10. Had me the whole way.
Wait, where's that?
Oh man,
Where's
I'm
that?
terrified for mine now because like yours is so to the point,
Hold on.
and
I got it. I
I
got
was
it.
terrified that it is too short.
okay. I keep forgetting that we have like a little clap sound effect you can do. Here's
Yeah.
me clapping for you, just without the sound effect.
Thank you, thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Morgan, I think yours is the longest PowerPoint.
It's 29 slides.
Yeah, I did not get 29 slides out of mine.
All right. So is that the end of yours, Mike? I didn't want
Yeah,
to
that's
talk.
it.
Okay. Well, it's beautiful.
Very lovely.
All right. So I'm gonna hide my screen while Ikainu goes and puts his up in the screen.
Yeah.
Also, don't you dare, Nuki! I saw your comment.
What did Nuki say?
Nuki was gonna put ketchup
Oh
on the
yeah.
Wiener Schnitzel.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, let's see.
All right.
There it is. Share screen. There you are. Frame rate.
Nice Star Staple background. Thank you. I still had it up from my Mystery Dungeons streams that are currently on hold because Tetra accidentally crushed the thing.
Okay, is that looking okay?
Let me Discord. Hey, look at that.
All right, cool.
Almost there on mine. Sorry, let me. How do I do the thing to hide the people?
You right click on the streaming image and then you uncheck hide non-streaming people or whatever it's called.
Cool. I have got that up now.
So-
Da-da-da-da. And I'm blocking some of the words on my screen. My apologies on my stream, but the
Oh.
best way that I can handle it right now is just
That's fair.
okay.
I just saw the PNGs on the Kaino stream and they are amazing.
Thank you.
Hang on, wait. Not looking at other people's streams, but
What?
Totally not looking at. Oh, come on! I'm sideways.
That's the only way I could fit y'all on screen. I told you were sideways.
That's fair. Honestly, yeah. I did something.
Okay.
Oh,
Let me know whenever I can start.
I'm gonna go in the corner. All right, you are ready to fly whenever.
All right. I present to you Magic the Gathering as a game is better than Yu-Gi-Oh! An argument by Ikainu based on personal experience, anecdotal evidence, and facts, just like historical facts.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm intrigued.
Come on. Okay, there we go. Let's start by asking the question. Why do people like Yu-Gi-Oh? Not as in like a derogatory, like, why do people like Yu-Gi-Oh? No, like legit, because I used to be a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I still am to an extent. I just don't know anyone who plays with decks that don't win on 2 turns. Anyway, from my experience, it's mostly nostalgia. Not all, but a majority of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fans grew up with the anime or had friends who watched the anime and got them into it as well. They're like, yo, check out this dude with like crazy ass fucking hair. But it is an anime whose rules for the game changed depending on what the story wanted, and I will provide an example of that in just a moment. It's also an anime whose cards a lot of the time did not match up with their real-world equivalents. I will also show you an example of that on the next slide. These aspects of the game drew in young viewers because they were seeing like these characters summon holographic giant monsters and throwing them at people, throwing them at people's faces. It was fucking sweet as a kid. And many thought that if they could figure out the rules of the anime, then they could figure out the rules of the game in real life. No, that's not how that works. And I had to learn that the hard way. Many a casual duel amongst my elementary and middle school friends were had where, in hindsight, we misplayed the shit out of that. I didn't even understand how like turn order worked or like the steps and phases. But it was there. It was always there. Okay, the reality, while disappointing, would not deter young players from learning the rules, because a little later into the actual card game's lifespan, they included like a little mini rulebook. Many kids however, that did not stop many kids from trying to play the IRL game like they did in the show, complete with misunderstandings of rules and all. Regardless, the anime had done the job of selling the card game for Konami, even though the show had come before the card game and before the anime was the manga. And we'll get to the origin of the card game in just a minute. Here is an example of a real-life card and the way that it's used in the anime. The original card for Call of the Haunted, and I wanted to include the full card, but I couldn't include the a Bigama-sized rules text and the picture. So, the card is Call of the Haunted. And the card says, activate this card by targeting one monster in your graveyard, special summon that target in attack position. When this card leaves the field, destroy that target. When that target is destroyed, destroy this card. AKA, this trap card brings a creature back from the graveyard. If one dies, the other dies. In the anime, in episode 17, Bon uses this card during his duel against Joey. He uses this card to revive Zanki, Crawling Dragon, and Crass Clown as different creature types as Armored Zombie, Dragon Zombie, and Clown Zombie. It's not how the card works. In the next episode, Garuzis attacks and destroys Clown Zombie, but this card's effect, aka Call of the Haunted's effect in the anime, revives the clown and makes it, and like increases its attack power. Again, that's not how the card works. So there were a lot of discrepancies between the anime and the real life card game, which there was a guy who had a series where he went through every single season of Yu-Gi-Oh! And he pointed out every single card discrepancy in the show, and it's honestly really funny to watch. I just cannot remember the guy's username, and he stopped doing it. He started focusing on other content, and it bummed me out because I wanted to see him like riff on the anime more. Like, I loved the anime as a kid, but like I tried watching it recently, and I can't. I think it's the voice acting. It's the same reason why I can't watch the Pokemon anime anymore. I don't know. Yeah, like.
Not your favorite?
Well, it's the fact that the at least in English, the dialogue seems so patronizing to the audience. Like the tone that the characters take seems, it acts like they're acting for a bunch of babies, specifically in Pokemon. And I didn't realize this until I watched it when I was older, but like everyone in that show speaks with the same tone that someone would when talking to a toddler. So they're like, "What is that? It's a Mr. Mind," like that kind of shit. And I cannot stand it. I'm like, stop! It hurts.
I mean, kids show though, you know.
I know, and it doesn't help that 4Kids dubbed it as well.
With those lovely jelly donuts.
I was thinking the same thing. Nothing fills me up like a jelly-filled donut.
Jelly-filled are my favorites.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Another reason why people like the card game is the art. The art on more modern cards is gorgeous. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh, many new expansion sets have introduced very cute anime-styled artwork that serves as a big draw to fans. And I fully agree. Like, the Dragon Maid archetype is fucking adorable. I love it. Can't get enough. Let's see. Hold on. I tried to have Spotify playing in the background while I was doing my presentation, but it just keeps glitching and pausing, and I need to stop it.
Yeah, and it might play some stuff that like can't be aired on streams. That's DMCA'd.
Oh no, this is my streaming playlist. The one.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, the one that I've specifically vetted to either be independent artists or independent record labels, because from what I've seen and from what I have tested personally in my streams, is that indie record labels will not go after streamers for playing music on their streams. And it has been wonderful. I need to go back. There we are. Okay, so the art is another big draw for them. Like, I remember whenever Ghostrix, the archetype that's like spoopy but cute, came out, that shit fucking killed. And I still am in the process of making a Ghostrix deck, even though I haven't really put any effort into it. Anyway, point still stands. Okay. I had to find the clip art, but I love the clip art for this. So another thing that that might be a reason why some people enjoy the game is the absolute speed of the game. Like, a lot of games can be won in like 15 minutes, maybe less, but many games of Yu-Gi-Oh can be won within the first turn or two. Many high-level Yu-Gi-Oh games come down to two players trying to activate their combo before their opponent can, and using cards to stop their opponent from activating their combo. Like, it legit comes down to that. There is not much interaction between players in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It's crazy. While also possible in Magic the Gathering, one-turn kills, or OTKs, are fairly common, or are much more common in Yu-Gi-Oh. Some people find this fun. Hence the Shruggies. Am I still getting through to y'all? Because I don't know if y'all are still there.
I'm still here. Sorry, I was just.
No,
I was being very.
No,
your explanation.
You're good. I'm just not.
The Shruggies.
Yeah, I'm just not used to the desktop audio meter on OBS not moving, and I keep thinking like there's something wrong. But no, it's that's not the case. Anyway.
I mean, I could sing Small World in the background if you'd prefer. Get that stuck in everybody's head.
I'd rather not be tortured. Okay, and now we get to the many flaws of Yu-Gi-Oh, which is, in my opinion, the speed of the game. The speed of the game has been increasing over the years. When the game first came out, there were only normal type monsters. There were no effects that further affected the battlefield or the play. And you would just try and summon, it came down to just trying to summon the most powerful monster as quickly as possible, and then beating each other over the head. But as a result of the increasing speed of the game over the years, an entire card type, the trap card, the meme card type, is hardly ever.
You triggered my trap card.
Yeah, that's hardly ever uttered in official tournaments because of how relatively slow they are. Many players found out that it's a lot easier just to play what are known as quick spells. I can't remember exactly what that spell type is called, but it's one.
Quick spells.
Yeah, the quick spell. Okay, yeah, quick spells that can be played during your opponent's turn in response to something, which Magic the Gathering has that already. Like it's just called an instant, and it plays much like the quick spells in Yu-Gi-Oh, but they're much more common. And so once players realize that like most of the trap cards that are available are kind of pointless, because the point of Yu-Gi-Oh in a lot of cases is to be faster than your opponent, and if you're waiting an entire turn for an ability to be able to be activated, then you're going to end up being slower than your opponent, who may not be playing those. But which sucks, because again, it takes away the phrase "you've activated my trap card."
No.
And
The meme.
I know, such a high-speed game with so much card text can easily confuse or disorient new players and players who don't obsessively keep up with the current meta. Like, I'd been playing the game casually for decades, but then I met someone who was like up to date with the meta. He beat me in 2 turns before I even realized what the fuck he was doing. It was
Insane.
It's absurd. Some players prefer slower, more methodical games with more player-to-player interaction outside of countering each other's combo pieces, which is the kind of game I like. Now, let's go into a little bit of the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! It was made as a product. The physical card game was made as a product before a game. So in the 90s, a company known as Cardass, that's a real company. They were the original Yu-Gi-Oh cards were Cardass cards. They were made and distributed in vending machines. You would put some quarters in, you'd pull one out. The rules for the game are in this little text box, but it's not the full rule book. Each card has a different rule on the card itself, and the rules weren't really like that hammered out that well.
Okay, so it's just kind of like wibbly. It varies from different card to card, basically.
Kind of, but also the basic point of the game was just whoever had the monster with the higher power wins, because you bop them over the head with it. But also the cards were never meant to be played in an official game, just a real casual thing between friends. The official card game, or OCG, would come later, but even then, the OCG had no official rules to go off of once in its early beginnings, because the rules in the manga were never clearly defined, so the game started as a simple biggest monster wins sort of game. And as I mentioned before, the original set for Yu-Gi-Oh! Had no effect monsters. It was all normal monsters, spells, or the green cards. I can't remember what they changed it to. I know they are spell cards. They used to be called magic cards.
Oh.
Yeah, so so spell cards, trap cards, and normal monsters were pretty much like the main things that were in the first sets, and the whole point of the game was to, drain your opponent's life points by swinging a big old monster at him.
Good way to deal with your enemies. Bop them with a monster.
Of course. What's very interesting about the meta game of Yu-Gi-Oh! When it first started, there's like an almost 2-hour documentary about the early metagame of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's fucking fascinating, because what people figured out is that there are 4-star monsters, monsters with 4 stars on them. For those who don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, you can play them on your turn without having to do anything else. Monsters with 5 or more stars, you have to sacrifice 1 creature if it's 5 and 2 if it's 6 or more, I believe. But people realized that the fastest way to win the game was to find 4-star monsters with the highest attack stat. And for a while, there were a few of those that were like 1800, and like I think the highest normal monster with the highest like base attack power was like 1900 for a 4-star monster. So what people would do is they'd buy copies of that, throw it on the field, and then just keep beating their opponent repeatedly.
Okay, I mean, that's a good little strategy.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on a second. I need to turn on and off mono again because my audio chip is being dumb again, and I know what to do, but once I turn mono on and off, then Discord will stop sounding, which means I have to go into Discord. I have to go into the sound settings. Where are you? I'm sorry this takes so long. I wish my laptop didn't do this. Where are you? Voice and video. Reselect the same thing, and now we're back. Can you hear me?
It started a little late because of mine.
Okay, cool.
5 golden rings.
Okay, cool. Now we're back. Now I can hear y'all again. And we return to... Oh, fuck. God damn it. Can you still...
Yeah, we return to Pokemon cards.
Totally. But yeah, like the early... Once effect monsters were introduced into Yu-Gi-Oh!, normal monsters became effectively worthless.
Really?
Yeah. Because if you didn't have a monster with an extra effect, because the game quickly stopped being about beating your opponent in the face and finding other ways of beating your opponent, be it like quickly decking them out in 2 turns, or dealing indirect damage, and a few other stuff. The official play formats of Yu-Gi-Oh! Do not allow for slower games. So recently, they have introduced like 1 or 2 official formats, but fans have made their own fan formats. But like from what I can tell, none of them really offer slower games. The official formats, while having a standard pool of cards and a ban list, do not have any formats dedicated to slower games. Even in unofficial formats like GOAT, a format where the card pool is restricted to cards from 2005 or earlier, which sounds cool as hell, but also that's like in the midst of like a lot of really high-powered effect monsters, and many deck types focus on preventing your opponent from just playing their deck effectively making the game useless to play. An example of this is the Lava Golem Lockdown Burn deck, in which you play several cards that deal direct damage to your opponent, including the eponymous Lava Golem, where you summon Lava Golem to your opponent's side of the field, and it's either whenever they play a spell or at the beginning of each of their turns, they lose like a bunch of life at once. It's ridiculous. And then on top of that, on top of dealing direct damage to your opponent, you also play spells that just prevent them from attacking you or prevent them from playing spells at all, effectively shutting them down.
Shit, it's not good.
Oh yeah, it sucks. It's so awful. There are decks in Magic that do that as well. However, players are more likely not to play against that person if they use that deck. Like decks like that are like everyone is of the understanding that decks like that prevent your opponent from playing the game are rude, and more often than not they're used as a joke. Like, check out this absolutely batshit combo that you can do. Isn't that wacky? And then they move on. With Yu-Gi-Oh, it's very much commonplace. The lack of variety in successful deck types is another reason. While every non-ban card that the game has ever made is available to play in the standard format, because of the speed of the game, many pools of cards are functionally useless for anyone who wants to actually win the games. So, like, if you want to make, like, a dragon-themed deck, it has to be either a specific dragon-themed deck or a different deck that's not dragons, otherwise you're going to lose all the time. And
That sucks.
Yeah, players are free to make the decks they want, but unless they play cards that specifically counter the popular / meta decks, they will more often than not lose, which leads to a lack of creativity in deck creations and samey play styles. Like, which that can happen in Magic standard format, where people sort of find the winning deck formula in Magic tournaments that'll help them win. But that more often than not leads to cards in those decks being banned, thus preventing the format from being dominated by one deck type.
Yeah, Tier 0 decks come to mind.
Yeah, exactly. Another issue that I have is the amount of fucking text on these goddamn miniature square pieces of paper. These are the biggest images of these cards that I could find, and I made sure to make them around the right size for a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Can anyone read what's on those cards?
Hang on, let me get my readers.
For real.
Tiny.
Like, can anyone read that without leaning into your screen and squinting very hard?
Nope.
Like, it is absurd how much text. And I know that the Pendulum Monster, which is this big boy right here, cool art, but a lot of people sort of make the Pendulum Monster sort of turned into a meme with how absurdly amount of text that there are on on the card, and people are like, oh, it's not all like that, blah 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 blah. I made sure to include some prominent cards that are very popular and strong in the current Yu-Gi-Oh meta that I could, I just googled like strong Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Mm-hmm. And then these are the ones that came up. Even in these other two, that text is obnoxiously small. And I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so dumb.
But you could wear like a monocle when you're playing. Be the cool kid.
Go into every tournament with like a jeweler's loop to like fucking look at each card. you
should try it at the next tourney, see if it catches on.
I mean, if I ever decide to torture myself and go to a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, I'll let you know. But
just spray people with Febreze.
I mean, yeah, but what is it? That meme could also be said for some Magic the Gathering players as well. Like, there are Magic the Gathering horror stories of like a guy coming into a shop smelling horrid, and then like while he's talking, one of his teeth falls out and onto the playfield, and it's
that
what?
His tooth fell out?
Yeah, his tooth just falls out. Now, I don't know if that's been confirmed or not. That's just a popular like story that goes around, so I will not say whether or not that is 100% true. But like the fact that there's also have y'all seen the meme of that one chunky dude who is kneeling behind fat dudes sitting in chairs with the prayer hands?
No.
Oh, you'll have it. Oh my. Yeah. Okay. So this one dude, it blew up back in 2016, I think, and it's a series of images of the background is several people playing at a card tournament, and more often than not, heftier people who are sitting in smaller chairs. Their shirts tend to ride up, and you can see a little bit of their butt crack.
Plumber's crack?
Plumber's crack. That's the word. So the one individual happened to notice this, and he went around the convention, sneaking up behind the people who had plumber's crack, kneeling down in like a Pentecostal like prayer motion, and like right next to the plumber's crack, looking at the camera with like this serious face in this prayer stance, and it's so fucking funny.
Oh my god.
After stream, I really need to show you that. It's so fucking funny. But he did this. It turned out he was at a Magic the Gathering tournament whenever he did this. So like
that's insane. Well, I mean, there is that stigmata of any large group of nerds in an area. You're gonna have a couple people that just don't smell the best.
That's true, and also the fact. Also, is it stigmata or is it stigma?
Stigmata, you can use either or.
I thought stigmata was the act of having bloody holes in your hands to mimic.
You know what? Let's Google real quick. On to the next slide, and I will Google.
Okay. Now, let's see how this compares to Magic the Gathering. And yes,
well, you were right. Never mind.
yeah, because it refers to the phrase stigmata. It's not stigmata diaboli. That's just the name of a song by him.
It's stigma.
It's what?
No, I don't want to continue.
Are you sure?
Okay. Stigmata, singular stigma, is in Christian mysticism bodily marks, scars, or pains corresponding to those of the crucified Jesus Christ.
Yep.
According to the Google.
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. But it could also be seen as a stigma, like a physical representation of something. But anyways, please continue.
When you look at me in a Jesus Christ pose. Sorry, that song stuck. That song popped into my head.
Gotta let it out.
Yeah, I do. You gotta let out that sound garden, otherwise it's gonna break free on its own. Anyway, let's see how this compares to Magic the Gathering. And yes, I changed the coloring text depending on which card game I'm talking about. So, the biggest thing that Magic has going for it in the beginning is that it was designed as a game first. The game officially released in 1993 and was designed by Richard Garfield, a mathematics professor at the University of Pennsylvania who had a passion for games. And Garfield, not the cat, designed and tested the game himself along with several of his friends and classmates to make the most fun game experience. The game rules have continued to change significantly over time and to further allow for a more fun and fair gameplay experience. And while Yu-Gi-Oh's rules have changed a bit, they add more rules than they change. For some reason, Konami seems to think that the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh are just like set in stone and cannot be changed. But like Wizards of the Coast, who are the owners of Magic the Gathering, and Richard Garfield was like, no, like these rules can evolve over time. The rules can change to make the game better. And these two cards are two of the prototype cards that Richard Garfield made. This was an instant, and that is 1 blue mana and 1 X, and X can be paid with any amount of mana that you want. Spell being cast costs X more mana, which must be paid if possible, which is that. If not, whatever can be paid is, and the spell fizzles, discard no effect.
Question.
Yes.
Real quick. Were those the official cards in the corner there with Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes on the top one?
One moment, my fucking sound chip's acting up again, and I hate that it keeps doing this. I'm just gonna see if I can't keep the sound settings open and see if that'll help. Oh no, because I'm still sharing my screen. Is it still do you still see my PowerPoint?
I still see the PowerPoint.
Oh, in that case, I can just keep my sound settings open just in case it keeps doing this again. Say something?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, never mind.
Probably can't hear me.
I can't. Wait, hold on. Oh. We can do it. Come on. Come on, sound settings. Okay, that's to mono, and then back again, and then... Okay, Morgie, time to test. We're back to normal. And to answer your question, Morgie, yes, some cards did not have images. Others they just took from comic strips such as Calvin and Hobbes. In the case of this 1/1 goblin creature, this is just Richard Garfield's face smushed up against the copy machine.
Oh, that's amazing.
I know, it's so fucking cool.
I love that.
He's a little... Don't kill him, he's just a level 1 goblin.
I feel like pretty much anybody who grew up in, 90s, 2000s has a picture like that somewhere in their house still.
Yeah. I never knew you could do that, so I don't have that.
You didn't know that you could stick your face on the copy machine?
Well, no, I didn't know what a copy machine was when I was like 5.
Oh, dude.
I have one somewhere on my PC.
Do you? Damn, it must... That's the bad part of being a VTuber, is you can't share those horrible pictures of yourself.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Continuing from Calvin and Hobbes and face smushing.
Yes. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wait. No, this is the wrong one. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Why is that not the right one? What the hell? I finished the whole thing and I know it's saved. Hold on. Let me double check.
Triple check real quick.
Oh,
that would massively suck if it didn't save.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, fucker mother. That's the thing, because like the version of the PowerPoint that was on my Dropbox was the one that I sent from my laptop, and now I just oh, fucking goddamn it. Because so what I did was my first it took me two sessions to make this, and I got to this part and then saved it and then went back later and filled in the rest of this.
Okay.
And that, god fucking damn it, I hate it.
Do you remember your other points though? Like, I don't mind sitting here and listening to you.
I remember all the points. What sucks is that I want the visuals. God damn it! I hate that I can't have the visuals. Okay. God fucking damn it. Okay, I guess I have to continue without visuals.
Show must go. You got this.
Okay.
Oh, don't get. First, get out of my head. Second, that's gonna be stuck in there for a while.
I don't even know what you're referencing, so I'm safe.
Ika.
What? If it's music,
Show Must Go On by Queen?
They made a song called "The Show Must Go On"?
It was the last song that Freddie Mercury recorded before he died.
Oh, that's probably why. I haven't gotten that far into their discography. The most recent album that I've listened to by them is Staying Power. I think that's the name of the album. It was the first one from the 80s. That's got like the 4-panel and that's like brightly colored. Anyway, yeah, I never that was the one from the album cover was them as like cartoons, wasn't it?
You know, I'm actually the world's worst music person because
okay then.
I just listen to it. I don't.
That's fair.
I don't listen to the full album. I just.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. That's fair. That's fair. I am a first-rate audiophile. Anyway, so pretend that there are visuals there. I feel horrible that this did not show the visuals.
I'm so sorry that it didn't save. That's nightmare fuel.
I know. Okay, so. Official and fan-made formats allow for several forms of play. The standard Magic format, which is just called standard, is it also helps to illustrate my points. Because you'll see what I mean. Anyway, the official standard format has a specific set of specific number of expansion sets that the game pulls from and players are allowed to use. It used to be 2 years, now it's every 3 years. A certain number of the older sets are no longer legal, but the newer sets that recently come out are still legal. So like, I don't know how to explain this other than like, let's say you have a chunk of 3 expansion sets. No, a chunk of 9 expansion sets, and they're all in a row. The first 3, or rather, the first 6 is the current standard. The latter 3, the 7 through 9 expansion sets have not been released yet. Think of it as like a sliding scale where the first 6 sets are standard legal, and then as the other 3 sets get released and come out, after 3 years, those first 3 sets are no longer legal in standard because they do what's called rotating out. Does that make sense?
What is that?
Does that make sense?
So
yeah.
Okay.
If you know Hearthstone, it's like that.
Sure. I don't play Hearthstone, but I know it was created by people who love Magic the Gathering. But yes,
Interesting. I didn't know that.
yeah, but yeah, that's essentially how the standard rotating shift rotates out. Is if you pretend that there's a set of 9 every 3 years, and it's not always 3 sets. I just needed an example. The oldest of the oldest 3 will no longer be legal, but the newest 3 will have just come in, so there will still be plenty of card pools. The biggest downside of standard is that if you pay all that money to build a deck for standard, it will be functionally useless in 3 years if you include cards from older sets, like the older 3 sets that are about to rotate out. Which is why I personally don't play standard, because it's a lot more money if you plan on keeping up with the rules for standard. However, a more freeform, or a more freeing format is known as modern, and the card pool for modern. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself already. I should have explained. So the standard format for Magic the Gathering is a deck of 60 cards. You can have up to 4 cards of the same type, four copies of the same card in the deck. 60 cards minimum, and I don't remember. The deck limit for standard, I believe, is as big as you can get it, as long as you can shuffle it, as long as one person can shuffle it. And the same thing is for modern as well. 60 card format with 4 copies of the same card, except for basic lands, of course. And basic lands in Magic the Gathering are your resource. So the big difference between Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh is that Magic uses a resource system where you make mana via different means, but the main way to make mana is by playing lands, which are just cards that you can put on the field, but you can only put down 1 per turn unless you have a card that says otherwise. And you tap the land for mana to add mana to your mana pool, and that sort of keeps players from just doing a whole bunch of weird bullshit to play a whole bunch of cards in one turn, which can happen in Yu-Gi-Oh! Let me know if you have any questions, Morgan, because I know that you, as far as I'm aware, you don't know much about Magic.
Well, this is my weak spot, actually. I am not very knowledgeable about most card games.
Okay.
Weirdly enough, that's the one thing that I'm just like, yeah, I can't. I don't know.
That's fair. So
it's interesting to hear about, but I'm just kind of absorbing all of it.
That's fair, as long as you're absorbing it. Since you don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh, I should specify the deck style in Yu-Gi-Oh. In Yu-Gi-Oh, the minimum deck size is 40 cards, and you can only have 3 copies of the same card in the deck.
Okay.
There is no resource engine for Yu-Gi-Oh! The rule for playing creatures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that you can only play 1 creature per turn, unless a card says otherwise. And you can only play creatures with 4 or less stars at the top right-hand side of the card.
Okay.
Those are the levels. So you can only play a level 1 to 4 monster without sacrificing it once per turn. You can set as many traps and play as many spells as you want. There are like 5 monster zones and 5 spell and trap card zones.
Okay.
And there are cards that limit the number of those, which are always annoying. And to summon bigger monsters that are like level 6 and higher, it depends on the level. If the card is level 5, then you have to sacrifice a monster that is already on the field, on your side of the field, in order to summon it. And if the card is level 6 or higher, you have to sacrifice 2 monsters.
Oof.
Yeah, but like there are several people who have found a way around that to just make it crazy absurd. In Magic, as long as you have the mana for it, You can play as many spells as you want. You can cast as many monster spells as you want. Like, you can do all kinds of shit if you have the mana for it. And there are ways to make infinite mana and just play every card in your deck in Magic. But again, it's one of those niche, like, crazy combo decks.
Okay.
It's not at all common. Another format... another thing about Modern is that the card pool for Modern in Magic is much bigger. So, Modern refers to the card frame. This is where this is where visuals would have come in. So on Magic cards, you have the image, and below that you have the rules text. But you know how there's these little like
borders.
Yeah, the borders that denote the color of the card.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially what the frame is, or border, either one.
Oh,
Card border, card frame, either one. Original Magic card borders look different than more modern borders. And the standard rule of thumb for what cards are legal in Modern is if they have the modern Magic the Gathering border. If it has the modern Magic the Gathering border, then you can play it in Modern format. Unless it's a card from a set that was printed specifically for another format called Commander, which I'll explain in just a moment. But the general rule of thumb is if it has a modern looking border, then it can be played in Modern. And I had visuals for that. Oh.
I can Google. We are working through this. I've got you up on my screen, and I am Googling Commander.
Well, I wouldn't Google Commander. Google Magic the Gathering old border. That should come up. I don't want to leave the PowerPoint and go to my browser because my laptop's already struggling to do this as is.
Well, and also that could possibly dox you if something popped up on your screen like an ad or something.
Oh, no. I use my browser on stream all the time for whenever I'm looking through cut content from video games.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a specific browser just for streaming that doesn't like dox me or anything.
That's good. We had an accidental ad pop up one time like 2 years ago, and thank God like only one person caught it who was like he knew where Tetra and I are because he's an IRL person, but like ever since then I am horribly gun shy about like browsers.
Oh yeah,
I use Edge just for streaming and nothing else.
I feel that. But for the people who cannot see what Morgan's Googling, as an example for a green Magic card that uses green mana, the old border was a very dark, almost marble or leaf-esque texture, and the text box looked like a plank of wood. And I personally love the old borders because it made each color of mana stick out. The red border cards that use red mana had this like rocky, almost mountainous texture where the text box looked like a stone slab. The swamp or black mana cards had this like what looked like black bubbles on the either side, like a dark magic potion or the bubbles of a swamp. White mana cards had this almost like lace doily texture around them, along with what looked like a piece of parchment. Like it was flavor over function originally, and then as the game evolved over time, they sort of realized it's kind of hard to read the older cards, and so they made a new border that sort of more so balances the functionality with the visuals. And I do enjoy the modern borders. Some of them are really cool. Some of them still retain that the specific textures associated with the colors. Some don't. But the modern borders are more like sheer, I guess the word is. Where like for instance on green cards, the text box that looks like a piece of wood, the edges of it were like looked like a plank of wood, where they were all uneven. Whereas in modern borders, the lines are the text boxes are like clearly denoted. The power and toughness has its own little box at the bottom right hand side of the card.
Mm-hmm.
That's an example of a modern border.
That's pretty cool. It keeps it nicely separated so you can see the
Yeah.
design and what it's supposed to say better.
Exactly. But yeah, that's pretty much the same, and it's pretty much the same rules for modern as it is in standard. The biggest drawback of standard is that it is a bit pricey because of the older cards that are very powerful. It is also one of the fastest formats of Magic because it combines a lot of the older, more powerful cards with the newer cards that can, like modern Yu-Gi-Oh is the most like standard Yu-Gi-Oh in that there are quite a few decks that will like win on turn 2 or lock you out of the game or stuff like that. But like I said in the Yu-Gi-Oh one, some people just like the fast-pacedness of it. But even then, fast-paced in Magic is not nearly as fast as Yu-Gi-Oh. A fast-paced match in Yu-Gi-Oh will last like 5 minutes at least, whereas in a fast-paced match of Modern will last 15 minutes.
Okay.
So like it still takes a little bit of time to get the combo going and stuff like that. Another format that is my personal favorite. Well, actually, no. I'll save that one for last because it's one of the ones that started out fan made and then became official. The third
sick. My favorite.
Oh my god! Once again with my stupid sound card. Once again, it has bungled. This has just scuffed the stream tonight. I swear to Gord. Give me just a moment to fix it once more. I swear. I'm a professional, god damn it. Test.
Scuffed
I'm
happens.
not.
Oh god.
I'm a professional.
Like ADHD stuff, like when you get a bunch of, neurodivergent people in a Discord call, insanity is gonna happen no matter what. So
Yeah.
audio issues we can work through.
Yeah, I get you.
We got this.
Hold on. Hello? Oh, damn it. Come on, PowerPoint. Why have you stopped working for no reason?
Oh no.
For no reason!
Eh.
There we go. Okay, now we're back. Can you still... What? Okay, is it...
Da-da-da-da.
Okay, cool. Anyway, so the third official format is called Legacy. And Legacy is by far the most expensive format. It's also the most powerful because it essentially pulls a Yu-Gi-Oh! Every single card that has ever been made is legal, except for the ones that are banned or restricted. And there are cards that are worth over $200 and more that people buy for Legacy decks. And they are absurd. Absurdly powerful.
Like a scale, like what power scale difference is that?
Compared to
Tell
what?
me about it. To like is there just a huge difference in power from the older cards to the newer cards, or?
What would happen if you played a standard deck in Legacy?
Yeah, like power level differences between those two.
Oh, okay. I get you. I'm not sure.
Sorry, words not wording.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to figure out a way to word and like how to explain the difference in power, because with the standard format, and you can see this nowadays because they have Magic the Gathering's official Twitch channel broadcasts Grand Prix, Magic Grand Prix, and you can see where like because people already know the nomenclature and how the rules work, they move around their cards fairly quickly, but not too quickly. And so if you know a little bit of the game, you can pretty much keep up. But a lot of the game, like the longest game I've seen played in the standard format on the Grand Prix on Twitch was like almost half an hour. but that was, well, it may have been more than half an hour, because each match of standard format Magic is best of 3 rounds. I'm not sure if that's called round robin or not, but it's best of 3. Some games go very quickly, some games go much faster or much slower. It depends on what's happening and how things are getting countered or stopped. What game plans are allowed to go through, and what game plans are allowed to be cut short. It's a much more even format where like anyone can win a lot of the times. Whereas from what I've seen in Yu-Gi-Oh, as soon as the match starts and as soon as you see the two players start playing their first cards, it's immediately noticeable who's about to win, because it's whoever's faster. Whereas with Magic, from the outset, unless one of the people just drew a bad hand that turn and didn't have any answers for their opponent, a lot of times it's a bit hard to tell who's going to win. A lot of times people that start out with a bad hand end up winning the entire match. A lot of crazy things have happened in standard Grand Prix. There's one, and I love this story. It's purely, the guy didn't end up winning the story that I'm about to tell, but the fact that he survived as long as he did is what is astounding, and the odds that he had to beat in order to do it. So it is, I think it's like 2008 at the Magic Grand Prix. And it's two best friends who are going against each other, and they're running the same deck, which involves a card known as Ignite Memories, which is a red card that you play at instant speed. It's either a sorcery or instant speed. Sorcery you can only play on your. It's a non-creature card that you can only play on your turn, and once you cast it, it goes immediately to the graveyard. It doesn't stay on the field. Instant spells are similar to sorcery, except you can activate them anytime, even on your opponent's turn. But yeah, there is a red mana card called Ignite Memories, and what Ignite Memories essentially says is your opponent takes the top 6 cards, I think, of their deck, places them face down on the field. You roll a 6-sided die. However, or whichever number it lands on, is the card. Like you line the 6 cards up in a row from left to right, and you designate which one equals the number on the dice, 1 to 6, and whichever number the dice lands on, you flip over the card, and damage is dealt to that opponent based on what's known as the mana value of the card. So almost every card in Magic has a casting cost, which is up at the top right-hand side of the card. And it's usually a combination of colored mana symbols and numbers. The number the number with the gray circle and black number is you can spend any color of mana that you want on that. And then there's usually one or more colored mana symbols next to it. That designates the specific color of mana that you have to pay in order to summon that card. And those two things combined is the mana value. So let's say, for instance, you have a card that's 1 green mana and 2, we'll call it generic mana of any kind. Together, that card's mana value would be 3. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so what Ignite Memory says is whichever card gets flipped over, your opponent gets dealt damage equal to that card's mana value. And card mana values can range from 1 to like 7 or more. And the life total, the amount of life that you get in Magic, starts at 20 and goes down from there. But many of the creatures are relatively lower powered. Like the standard weakest creature has 1 power and 1 toughness. But that can go all the way up to like 11 power and 11 toughness. But I digress.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's crazy. And my goddamn, I don't know what the hell is wrong with my sound chip tonight, but it is going crazy. I need to. I've already put it on. I've already taken it on and off mono. Oh my god! In the midst of the moment, I have forgotten your name again, and I severely apologize. But I can't hear you right now. I have to go back to my settings, and it is taking its sweet time. Hello, hello.
No, he kind of forgot who I was.
No, not you.
Loves a Kappn.
Not you, Morgan. The other one.
No one loves a Kappn anymore.
But oh my god, it's still glitching out. Hold on, I need to set mono on and off again. Oh, I wish I had the money for a new PC, a new PC, a new PC. I wish I had the money for a new PC. All the live long day. Ugh. Okay, we're back. I think.
And I feel that. I don't have a laptop, so I had to borrow Tetra's laptop to make my PowerPoint.
I feel
in
that.
between him going back to school right now, and when he went to bed, I stole the laptop to work on my PowerPoint.
Hell yeah. But no,
yeah, as you do.
But yes, back to the Ignite Memories story. So
Yes.
the guy who ends up we'll say player 1 and player 2. Player 2 is the one who loses because he gets so in each of those decks, because they're essentially doing a mirror match, there are 4 copies of Ignite Memories, but there are also cards in the game that allow you to copy an instant or sorcery and cast it again for free. And I think that ended up happening because he actually, you know what, I'm gonna look up on my phone the specific ruling for Ignite Memories, just so I can make sure that I'm not getting this wrong, because the guy does survive 5 copies of Ignite Memories.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and the art for Ignite Memories is crazy. It is a sorcery that costs 5 mana, 4 generic and 1 red. Target player reveals a card at random from his or her hand. Ignite Memories deals damage to that player equal to that card's mana value, and it has a storm cost. And storm is a ruling on a card that says when you play this spell, copy it for each spell played before it this turn. You may choose new targets for the copies. So essentially, what Ignite Memories says is, if you cast 5 spells and then you cast Ignite Memories, then you can recast Ignite Memories 5 times. Make sense?
Oh shit, yeah.
So that's essentially what happened to player 2 going against player 1. Is player 1 played 5 spells and then played Ignite Memories, and so he revealed the top 5 cards of his library. Player 1 rolled the dice. He kept taking damage until he was down to like 2 life, and at the very end, he flipped the final card over and he did not die. Because there were a lot of cards with high mana value in that deck, and he could have very easily died, but he survived 5 copies of Ignite Memories.
Jesus.
Like I said, Chance in Magic the Gathering is fucking insane, and I will send you that video where
yes, please.
Where he talks about it, because it's like, I rewatch that video all the time. It's so fun to watch. Anyway, formats and power level. You could think of standard play as fairly balanced, where anything could happen. Modern as a bit more one-sided, because there are options for budget modern decks, where, for cheaper decks, but more often than not, if you have the money to spend on the powerful cards, you are going to win more often. And most matches of modern, well, not matches, but one round of modern can be between 15 and 20 minutes, depending on how fast the deck is.
Yeah.
And in Legacy, it is no holds barred. There are ways to make infinite mana, infinite creatures.
Oh, jeez.
It's absolute chicanery. And I honestly,
it sounds like it'd be pretty fun.
yeah.
But like the chance sounds like it would add like a nice little twist to it.
Oh, you mean standard?
Yeah, sorry.
That's true. Like I said, my biggest issue with standard is that within 3 years, the deck you made, half the cards in it will no longer be legal because the sets that you got them from have rotated out.
That sucks.
That
really sucks.
It does.
Like, come on.
I know that.
Old cards are cool too.
I know, and that's why the fourth. That's why the first of two fan formats that the first one was originally a fan format, and then Wizards sort of embraced it and started making cards specifically for this format. It is my favorite. It is a 4-player version of Magic called Commander, and the standard deck size is much different. The standard deck and playstyle is much different in Commander. The standard deck size in Commander is 100 cards.
Is that a lot? Is that not a lot? Is
Well,
that enough to set up?
Well, keep in mind, the standard deck size in Magic is 60 cards minimum.
Okay.
In Commander, your deck must be 100 cards, no more, no less, including your Commander, which I will explain in just a moment. Another thing about Magic, or about Commander, is that aside from basic lands, which you can have as many basic lands in your deck as you want in any format, you can only have one copy of a card in your deck at a time. No four of. It's what's known as a singleton format, where you can only have one single copy of each card in your deck, except for basic lands. With me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm with you. I'm just listening.
I know. I just want to make sure that you're not like quietly confused.
Nah.
Awesome.
I think I'm following it pretty well. Just don't quiz me at the end.
No. I wouldn't do that.
If you turn around and go, okay, how many is the minimum cards in the deck? I'd be like,
No.
60. Like I might get there, but
Yeah. No. I'd never do that. Like the point of this argumentative PowerPoint is to get more people to play Magic the Gathering, because it is a wonderful
you're
card
trying
game.
to recruit me. That's what this is.
Only if it works. It's Schrodinger's recruitment video.
Oh, jeez.
If you don't join, it was just a joke.
Yeah, if you don't join, it was just a joke. But if you do join, I was totally serious.
Is that what it is? It's like the guys asking out the girls.
Yeah.
If it works, great. If not, haha.
Ha.
Just kidding.
Haha,
You look stupid now.
Haha, JK, unless.
Unless.
I love that meme. Anyway, so the Commander part of the Commander format refers to a specific creature type, which is known as a legendary creature. On every Magic card, near the center, right below the artwork, but just before the rules text, that is where you will find the card typing. There are also subtypes and supertypes. A supertype is, as an example, a wolf, a ghost, etc. The subtype is I may be getting these like way backwards. It may be the other way around. Either way, the subtypes or supertype, whichever one it is the overall type of card, aka sorcery, instant, enchantment, creature, etc. And just as an aside, an enchantment is a spell that you cast that stays on the battlefield, but is not a creature or an artifact or a planeswalker. It's sort of its own thing. You could think of it as a creature that can't attack or block.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's just a thing, and also if you look at an enchantment, depending on the art and the name of the card, you'll be able to like more so visualize what an enchantment is, because there are enchantments that will enchant a player or a creature or just the battlefield itself. Like there's an easy one to oh no, what the fuck is it called? I have every Oh, pacifism. That's the card. If anyone wants to Google pacifism, magic card.
All right.
Um, if you look at the artwork, any artwork for it at all, it is very easy to sort of get across what this enchantment does. It is a spell that you cast on a creature that prevents them from attacking or blocking, aka they become a pacifist.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another reason why I love the flavor of magic cards, because
there's different.
there's
too.
there's different arts to them. My favorite is the one with the giant dinosaur-looking creature with the little yellow flies around him.
Yeah, I just found that one. I like the one of the giant that is knitting with a pair of swords.
Absolutely, I love the flavor.
That's adorable.
I love the flavor text at the bottom. It says the italics is the flavor text. Can a fella get a moment's peace around here?
Oh.
Yeah, like, there's a lot of cards.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, are you looking at the one? Are you looking at the one with
I'm
the
looking at the legality.
the legality.
Legal in Commander, legal in Pred, legal in Pauper, legal in Oathbreaker, Gladiator, and more.
I actually do want to explain Pauper in just a minute. Especially, it's perfect for newcomers. But anyway, in Commander, the Commander is a creature that is also legendary. And it's a legendary is just the word legendary that's in its typing in that center line. An example of this is just off the top of my head. I'm looking for a legendary creature that has a very easy name to spell. Okay. Here's an easy one. There's a legendary creature by the name of Edgar Markov, and it's the name Edgar, Edgar space, and Markov. It's just the word Mark and then OV. He is a legendary creature. More often than not, legendary creatures are named characters. So
okay.
Yeah, so if you see a creature that that actually has a name to it, like Edgar the Brave or Edgar Markov, 9 times out of 10 they will be a legendary creature. And only
it's kind of like the time I got reincarnated as a slime. If they get name, that means that they have extra value or that they are legendary, quote unquote.
Sure, if you want to look at it, if that's what helps you remember it. I haven't seen or read the reincarnated as a slime series.
You've not. Okay, that's a conversation for later. You need to watch that show.
I mean, I've heard good things about it, but I don't know. I've never been a big fan of isekai animes.
I'm a sucker. I am a huge, horrible sucker for isekai.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
Anyway.
Only legendary creatures and certain planeswalkers can be your commander. And TLDR, planeswalkers are not creatures, but in the lore, a planeswalker is someone who can traverse the multiverse of the different worlds, because each set is set on a different world, also known as a plane. It's themed after different stuff. Some's Greek mythology, some's Norse mythology, Egypt, Brothers Grimm fairy tales, etc. And regular creatures, even regular legendary creatures, cannot traverse the multiverse because they have to traverse through what is essentially space, but the lore calls it the blind eternities. Only planeswalkers can pass through the blind eternities to get to other planes, and planeswalkers are their own sort of card type, because also in the lore of Magic, players of the game in the real world are planeswalkers who are facing off against each other in the multiverse, summoning creatures from the void. And I love that. I love the fact that is actually a technically a real thing, and it's so fun. And
Sounds terrifying.
I know, right? But in that context, planeswalker cards are represented as fellow planeswalkers who pop in to help you out.
Okay, wait. What?
Where did I lose you?
Yes. Alright, understood planeswalker to start, but then after that portion, like,
Okay.
the other planeswalker.
Okay, so as I said before, planeswalkers in the lore are people who can traverse through the different planes. Most characters can't. And in the technically in the lore, us players who are playing the card game in real life can be seen as planeswalkers who are summoning creatures from different planes to fight on our behalf.
Okay, I got you now.
Okay, so
understood.
What?
In League of Legends, the old lore was that you are playing as a summoner that is controlling the character.
I mean, yeah, kind of. Although the fact that the the players are planeswalkers never comes up in the story itself. It's just sort of a thing to sort of add some extra flavor and explain why a creature from the Egyptian themed plane is fighting alongside a dinosaur from the plane that mixes Inca conquistadors and dinosaurs.
I mean, I would love to see conquistadors riding a dinosaur.
I mean, the conquistadors are also vampires.
Even better. I love it.
You will enjoy.
Sold.
You will enjoy the set known as Ixalan then, because that's essentially what it is. It's pirates, conquistadors, Aztecs, not Incans, Aztecs, and dinosaurs.
Excellent.
It's great. Anyway,
you had me a pirate.
Yeah, and there is a pirate. There are pirate decks out there that can be made, and they're great. Har har fiddly dee.
I was almost a pirate, you know. I mean, that was the original Kappnmorgan design. I was a pirate.
That's fair. But yes, planeswalkers are sort of their own card type. Where if we follow the logic that the players who are playing the game are planeswalkers. Planeswalker cards can be interpreted as fellow planeswalkers popping in to help you out, but you have to pay mana to summon them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And instead of having power and toughness, they have what's known as loyalty points, which each planeswalker starts at with their own amount of loyalty points. And once per turn, you can pick an ability on the planeswalker. The number of abilities they have can range from 2 to 4, and you can either increase the loyalty or decrease the loyalty to activate different abilities. But once a planeswalker's loyalty reaches 0, then they go away.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
And another thing is that whenever you attack, you have to select your opponent as the target. You cannot attack your opponent's creatures directly. You just attack your opponent, and then your opponent chooses whether or not they want to block, and if they do want to block, they choose which creatures they want to block with. Whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you swing with a creature, or if you attack with a monster in Yu-Gi-Oh, you get to select which of your opponent's monsters you are attacking.
Okay, yeah. So the monsters are fighting each other versus you trying to smack him with another dude.
Correct. And then for instance, let's say I have an angel with 4 power and 4 toughness, and my opponent has a spider who, 9 times out of 10, a spider in Magic will have what's known as reach, which means it can block creatures with flying, and flying creatures cannot be blocked by creatures without flying. Make sense?
Yeah.
You can't block it. It's too high. But if you can reach it, you can block it.
I keep getting the mental image of I'ma smack this motherfucker with another motherfucker. That's my mental image of this game.
I mean, yes, if you look at it as if you're wielding the creature like a weapon, but it's more so. Think of yourself as a wizard on a battlefield. Your deck, which is also called your library, is a list of spells that you can think of, and if you can conjure the mana, you summon that creature, and then you give it orders like a real-time strategy game. Except you don't have a whole map to wander around on.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I got it.
It's like I summon the giant spider, go forth and bite his head off, but wait, he himself has summoned a little 1/1 goblin. The goblin is in the way. Therefore, the spider's attack is blocked, and my opponent's life total remains where it was.
Yeah, so it's like Pokemon rules, except the Pokemon get to try to eat the trainers.
Yeah, for pretty much, kind of. So going back to legendary creatures, 9 times out of 10, legendary creatures are named, and you need a legendary creature as your commander. Another rule about commander is, whichever colors of mana are required to summon your commander, those are that's the only color of mana that you can use for that deck. So, for instance, going back to Edgar Markov, he is red, white, and black. And so if you make him your commander, you can only use red, white, and black spells and or lands. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And you are technically not allowed to use colors outside of that, and plus you wouldn't be able to summon them anyway, unless it's hybrid mana, but we're getting into the weeds on that. So Commander as a format is played with 2 to 4 players. Each player has 40 life. And of course, last one standing wins. But other than getting your opponent's life down to 0, another way to win is to deal them what's known as commander damage. So the commander does not go in your deck. The commander stays outside of your deck, preferably sleeved in a different color to the rest of your deck so you can differentiate it. But it stays in what's known as the command zone, which is just like its own little zone. And as soon as you get enough mana to cast your commander, you can immediately do so. And if your commander dies, you can have it go to the graveyard if you want. Like if you have a card in your hand that lets you bring stuff back from the graveyard to the battlefield or to your hand, you can just leave your commander in the graveyard and then play that card and then bring him back. And the reason why you would want to do that is because if your commander dies and you let it go back to the command zone, it gets what's known as commander tax, which means the next time you would summon it, you have to pay the full casting cost of the card plus an extra 2 mana for each time it died. So going back to Edgar Markov costs a total of 6 mana to cast. If you cast him the first time and then he dies, if you want to bring him back out from the command zone, you have to pay an extra 2, so you have to pay 8 mana to bring him back out. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
And each time he dies, you just pay more and more.
Correct. So yeah, it goes up.
Try not to let your dude die.
Correct. Absolutely. Or if you want to get around it, if Edgar Markov dies to, let's say, a black instant card called Murder, which is a real card, and it's really funny that there's a card called Murder, which is the ruling is on the tin. It destroys a target creature.
Oh.
Yeah, and
okay.
Yeah.
Instant kill.
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially, yeah. And so let's say that someone casts Murder and destroys your Edgar Markov. You could, since Edgar Markov uses black mana, have Edgar go to your graveyard, and you could have next turn you could draw a card that only costs 1 black mana called March of the Drowned, which lets you return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And if let's say you play that on your next turn and you bring back Markov from your graveyard to your hand, because he is in your hand and not in the command zone, then you can cast him for his regular mana costs without having to pay 2 extra or more. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway, another way to win commander games is to deal what's known as commander damage. Commander damage is calculated separately from life damage, but whenever your commander deals damage to your opponent, it deals commander damage and regular life damage. Commander damage starts at 0 and goes up equal to the number of power that creature has. And once you reach 21 commander damage, then you're dead.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Why
what...
21? Because of the amount of pilots?
If only. No.
It's 10 plus 9.
No, it's because...
They can drink now.
It was... I don't remember the specifics, but the original concept for Commander was originally called Elder Dragon Highlander. Elder Dragon because the first commanders were these legendary creatures that were elder dragons that are like older magic cards. I don't. There's like maybe 10 of them that were ever
Okay.
printed. And they've reprinted them since, but those were the first commanders. And then Highlander, because there can only be one. There can only be one card, one copy of a card in each deck. And a lot of the original Elder Dragon cards had a specific amount of power and toughness, where all it would take is like 4 or 5 direct damage from those Elder Dragons as your commander, which would equal to 21. But also, it had something to do with the original Elder Dragon cards. I don't quite remember, but there is a specific reason why commander damage is 21. I just don't remember what it is. And the best part about Commander, in my opinion, and is the reason why I play it every Friday, every chance I get, is because the average game of Commander can last 2 hours or more, baby.
Yeah. No, thank you.
What? Come on!
No.
You don't like the idea of just setting aside like a full night of just like getting together a group of 4 friends, talking while you play, swinging creatures at each other, doing like fake smack talk. It's no different than playing like a long board game.
Okay. I get canceled for this one, but I am not really a board game person. Like, I can do Monopoly or something like that if there is like a time limit, like
Yeah.
the short game version of Monopoly.
I mean, that's
you
fair.
set the timer for an hour and then you go, and then anything past that, I will probably rip the pink out of my hair.
Nice to know that you have pink in your hair.
Be gone. No, I do not have the patience to sit down and play a card game. Which sucks because it looks fun. It sounds interesting.
That's the thing, though. Like, the Commander has the longest games of all the formats, and it's definitely not for everyone. I like me some long, slow games. Games that only take like 5 minutes to get done. That's too much. It seems like a wasted opportunity. However, there's one last format that I've been meaning to get into, and it is the cheapest format, which makes it accessible to newer players, especially because it's much lower powered, and it's one that you mentioned earlier, and it's called Pauper.
Those little turds, Pauper, like someone who has no money.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what the term refers to, as pauper.
Wow.
And it's called Pauper because the only rule also Pauper is another 60 card 20 life format, and the only rule is that requires an explanation of how rarities and magic cards work. So on the right side of the middle of the card, going back to Edgar Markov, you will see the set symbol, and the set symbol will be in a different color depending on how rare it is. If the set symbol is white or black, it is common. If the set symbol is silver, it is uncommon. Gold is rare, and bronze/orange is mythic. So Edgar Markov is a mythic rare card. The rule for Pauper is that the only cards that are legal are common cards, and a lot of the times, common rarity cards are very cheap. So so
it keeps it within a reasonable price range if someone wanted to play it like IRL.
Absolutely.
For realsies instead of over a computer.
Absolutely. Exactly.
That's cool. I like it.
Oh yeah, Pauper's a great way to get into it. I've been meaning to try out the Pauper format, but I haven't gotten around to talking to anybody about trying out the format, because I'm pretty sure you could go onto a so the main hub and where I get all of my single Magic cards for decks is tcgplayer.com. Not sponsored. I wish I was. And it's your one-stop shop for anything trading card game related, including Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic. Also, side note, it's much cheaper to just buy singles of cards that you want. Like, it's cheaper to buy the individual cards that you need for your deck as opposed to buying a bunch of booster cards and hoping that you pull the card you need.
Yeah.
Like, it is.
I would hate to be like, okay, I need this card. Draw.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
good luck.
Exactly. It is much cheaper to buy what are known as singles than opening full packs. Now, granted, some people are under the impression there are some people who are after like $20 cards, and even then, like the odds that you will get that $20 card in 5 packs of Magic cards that are about 15 cards per pack are astronomically low. So, the only way to increase your odds is to buy more packs. The quickest way to buy packs is to buy full boxes of packs. And boxes of cards, like booster boxes as they're called, can range from $100 or more. And
Jesus.
and 9 times out of 10, you do not get your money's worth if you buy a booster box. There is a YouTuber by the name of Tolarian Community College, and he has this little game on his channel that he plays called the Booster Box game, where he buys a booster box and he opens every single pack and he prices it, and the price for the card flashes up on screen and gets added up to an overall counter. And 9 times out of 10, the value of all the cards that he pulls is not equal or more to the box itself. It's almost always less.
That sucks.
It does, which is why like there's technically nothing wrong with just buying a pack or two every now and then just to see what you get. I do it myself every now and then. I'm like, I feel like opening a pack or two, and sometimes I'll get like a $30 card. I'm like, yeah, but I got the pack's worth. Sometimes I don't get any expensive cards, but sometimes I really like the art on those cards, and I would never have bought them as singles because I don't need them for a deck. So as long as you like buy packs, as long as you buy responsibly.
Oh no, you sound like a drinking addict.
That's exactly what I went for. Drink.
Oh no.
Please crack packs responsibly.
Oh jeez. Is that the term now?
What?
Is that the term?
What, cracking?
Cracking the packs.
Yeah,
of
opening cards. Yeah, opening packs of cards is called pack cracking. Or cracking packs, which makes no sense because the foil that they put on there to open the cards with does not make a crack sound. It makes a crackling sound. But even then,
okay, I could see where they're coming from with that though.
But even then, like when you open it, it doesn't make a crack sound. It makes a ripping sound. But
maybe they're making like a beer joke, like, "Oh yeah, we're cracking a pack with the boys."
That's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Make them sound cooler.
Yeah, true. But yeah.
Cracking some cold ones.
Yeah, crack a cold one with the boys.
Yes.
If I had a beer, I'd crack it with you guys. 'Cause I have the boys.
If I had a hard cider, I'd crack it.
Oh man, that's my weak spot, right there.
I can't stand beer. I can only stand ciders.
I like stouts.
I don't know if I've ever tried stouts. Are they less bitter than beer?
It's a type of beer. It usually is a very, very, very dark beer with the ones that I usually drink have like very strong coffee or chocolate notes. Sometimes both.
Okay, got it.
Which, if that's not your thing, if you don't like coffee or chocolate or beer,
I mean that's the thing. Like
stouts are not your friend.
That's the thing. Every beer that I've tried just tastes like bitter and bad cheese. Same for wines.
Cheese?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna have to teach you how to drink.
What do you mean teach me how to drink? You put the can to your lips and you sip.
Kappnmorgan drinking stream coming soon.
I mean, as long as we pace it out, I wouldn't mind that, honestly.
Do like a flight, like beer flights?
What?
Have you done a flight of beer before, where you get little? I think it's like a 3-ounce pour or something like that. And
I've done those with hard ciders. On my birthday last year, my friend took me to Bull City Cider Works, which is a local
Oh,
place,
sick.
and he ordered a flag of like 6 different flavors of hard cider, and they were so good.
Man, it's about apple season, isn't it?
I do not know.
Is it about
I
is it
don't.
about time for apples to start doing apple things so we can get more
Already
ciders?
picked some.
I don't.
You wait, do you have an apple tree near you, Mike?
Yeah, I have one in the yard.
I'm incredibly jealous. Oh my god. Anyways, cracking. Sorry
Yes.
for
No.
distracting the card.
You're fine. We may have found a cool stream idea.
Yeah. How many times can we make like a certain amount of puns? Every time a pun's made, you have to take a drink.
I'd rather not. I don't like getting drunk.
It's fair.
Anyway,
Pacing it out.
So yes, Pauper is the cheapest format, and it has increased in price a little bit as Pauper has grown in popularity. But I'm pretty sure like most of the cards in Pauper don't go above like maybe $3.
Popularity.
Haha, got you.
Sorry.
That's fantastic. Bless you for that. I always appreciate good puns, any kind of puns. Anyway, so that is it for the formats. Several deck types are viable in Magic, and the viability of the deck type depends on the format. The deck or the format with the most like deck types that will allow you to win the game and not lose a majority of the time is regrettably Commander, because it's the most casual formats where most of the time people aren't looking to like beat you no matter what. It's a casual format where you want to stay up late with your friends and just hang out and sling some wizard squares, and so it allows for more goofy ideas. Case in point, I have a pirate type of. Oh, also I should go over the basic types of decks. There are 4 basic types, but they can also be broken down further. There is aggro, which is a faster paced deck that focuses on casting lower costed spells at a very fast rate to deal small amounts of damage at a quick speed. There is control, which is the closest to popular Yu-Gi-Oh decks, where, as the name suggests, you control the board in some way. Sometimes it goes as insane as preventing your opponent from playing the game. Sometimes it's as simple as like controlling your state of the board with different effects to boost your creatures, or just sort of like if your opponent tries to cast a creature spell that you don't want, you cast a counter spell to prevent them from doing it. Although that can get out of hand just as badly, because there are what's known as there are decks. We'll get to that in a second. But the third type is a mix of the two called mid-range, which, depending on the cards you draw, can either act as a little bit of aggro, a little bit of control. The biggest downside for mid-range is that sometimes you end up drawing cards for your aggro strategy when you need cards for a control strategy. So it's a real hit or miss for that deck type. The fourth type, and the most fun in my opinion, is tribal. Tribal just refers to a deck that is centered around a specific type of creatures. So your elf deck, your dragon deck, your pirate deck, etc. And I do have a pirate commander deck, and the commander is a card called Admiral Beckett Brass, and she fucking rocks.
Okay. I like the name.
We love her. All my homies love Admiral Beckett Brass. She's rad.
Probably not Googling. Beckett Brad.
Let me know. Let me know whenever you see her.
Okay. Oh, here's the deck. No, I want the one card. Show me the card.
I was about to say you could just Google Admiral Beckett Brass MTG.
Okay. That's pretty fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like the hat.
Yeah.
Okay. Love the design. Lots of really fun small details on the sword as well.
Yep.
And my image is slightly blurry. Is that supposed to be a starfish? Nope, it's next. There we go. It loaded in properly.
It's
That is a really detailed card.
That's one thing that you can say about Magic, about a lot of Magic the Gathering cards. There is a lot of small details in them if you look closely enough.
They even have like smile lines.
Yeah.
On the faces.
Mm-hmm. Like there's a lot of gorgeous art for Magic cards, and it's in a variety of art styles, including anime.
Oh no. Oh no. Like, just buy the cards to see the pretty colors and art style.
I mean, yeah, that's what I do for a lot of my collection. I have digitized my entire collection, and I have separated them into different folders. I have a folder called Cards I Think Are Neat.
Oh.
And I have a binder for it too. If I ever get a hand cam, you better fucking believe I'm a crack that shit open. And
like cracking the cover of the
cracking the
book.
Cracking open the binder of Cards I Think Are Neat.
Oh man. I have, like, if I had a hand cam, I'd show off like my really weird niche trading cards.
Yeah.
Which are kind of embarrassing to say on, cam, but like I collected Belisara cards for the longest time.
That sounds so familiar.
It's the cute horsey.
That's
cards.
right. Okay, so there's a YouTuber.
No imprint.
There's a YouTuber, Morgan, that I highly recommend you check out because she goes by Athena P on YouTube, and she does absurdly detailed lore dives into small children's shows, including including like the Backyardigans, Word Girl.
Oh no.
It's really funny.
Did she do one for Sagwa?
Sagwa.
Sagwa, the Chinese cat?
I don't know if she's done one for that yet, but she has done one for what the fuck is that one small children's show where there's like a duck and it's like photorealistic stop motion and like the popular
the Wonder Pets?
That's it, Wonder Pets. She did her deep dive
There's
on Wonder.
an animal in trouble.
Yeah, she did a deep dive lore on Wonder Pets.
You just unlocked an old memory of mine.
But
the phone is ringing.
Yep, it's the phone. The phone is ringing. So like,
shit, that's in my brain.
She mostly does it for like.
Damn it.
She mostly does it for jokes, because like she takes a small kids show and overanalyzes it. And like for instance, I forget what the duck's name, but she's like, on the real though, the duck is a fucking bitch. It's like super silly.
Slender.
Well, like.
Wow.
Well, like she, according to Athena, the duck is like super self-centered.
That's fair. It is children's television.
Yeah, but I highly recommend it because she also talks about other stuff, including that collectible card thing that you had mentioned.
Yeah, I was a beta tester in the online game that they did.
That's cool as hell.
Yeah, and then the entire website collapsed like 2 years later, and they went bankrupt. But whatever.
That sucks.
That's my claim to fame. Yeah. I beta tested.
That's
the
true.
Belisara game.
Hey, there you go. But yeah, going back to tribal deck types. Tribal deck types are the easiest for new players to understand because the strategy sort of comes with the creature type, because more often than not, creatures that share a type will synergize off of each other. For instance, like there are some cards that say like for flying tribal, aka a deck full of creatures with flying, there are like several cards that say like creatures you control with flying get +1 power, +1 toughness as long as that card's on the field, or some spells may cost 1 mana less if you control a creature with flying. So a card that costs 2 mana, or a card that costs 3 mana where you draw 2 cards, if you control a creature with flying, then that costs 2 mana where you draw 2 cards. And 2 mana, I can attest to this, 2 mana to draw 2 cards is fantastic. There's a lot of inside baseball for what is considered a fairly costed, overcosted, or undercosted card. But the general rule of thumb is if a card only does one thing, that one thing either better be game winning, or the card itself better cost 1 to 2 mana.
Okay.
So, for instance, a common spell effect in Magic is counter spells, where it just says counter target spell, which means I'd have to explain the stack real quick, but the stack in Magic is not a physical concept, although you can exemplify it as a physical thing, but the stack is essentially the order in which spells resolve. So you cast a spell, and if everyone agrees that it can go through, then it resolves. But if you try to cast a spell and someone tries to counter it, then the first spell goes on the stack. The second spell that was played goes on top of that first spell. And whichever spell is on top of the stack is the one that resolves first. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like the Yu-Gi-Oh chain, right?
Essentially, yes, but less complicated.
Okay.
The general rule of thumb for the stack is first in, last out. Where the first card to be put on the stack will be the last one that resolves.
Okay, because it's the bottom of the stack.
Yep.
Gotcha. Everything else is stacked on top of it.
Yep. But yes, so counter spells work on the stack, and they work at instant speed. So let's say you try to cast a big old creature. If I play the original counter spell, which is just called counter spell, only costed 2 blue mana, and the only thing it did was counter a spell. So every card that does the same thing as counter spell that costs more than counter spell but does the exact same thing is overcosted, because why would I pay more mana to do the same thing when I could just pay 2? Make sense?
Yeah.
Which is why a lot of the more modern counter spells will counter a spell in addition to doing other stuff. Like there's a 3 mana spell called Dissipate, I believe, where whenever you counter a spell, normally whenever a spell gets countered, it goes to the graveyard. But with Dissolve, or Dissipate, one of the two, whenever a spell is countered with it, it goes into what's called Exile, which Exile is a whole other zone. Once a creature gets exiled, it cannot be... It's essentially like the Banish zone in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something like that, where, except you can't...
The Shadow Realm?
Kind of... But although in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, you can very easily play cards from the banishment zone. It's really fucking weird. But if you exile something, unless a card says otherwise, you cannot get it back until the game ends. But yeah, what Dissipate says is if you counter a spell with it, you exile it instead of sending it to the graveyard.
Interesting.
And Dissipate costs 3 mana.
Oh.
Because it does something extra.
Okay, that makes sense.
And a general rule for whether or not a creature is good, a vanilla creature, aka a creature with no abilities, just power and toughness, whether or not a vanilla creature is good depends on how much mana you're paying for the amount of power and toughness. So, if a vanilla creature that has 4 power and 4 toughness costs 4 mana, that's an okay vanilla creature. If you have a creature that costs 3 mana and is a 5/5, aka 5 power, 5 toughness, that's a bargain. That's fantastic. We love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
But that is rarely the case. More often than not, vanilla creatures are good for the art, and that's about it.
This is my art.
For real. But yeah, it all depends on what the creature does, how much it impacts the field at the time, and stuff like that. I was talking about deck types.
Deck type. Woo.
Hell yeah, I love that. So, the amount of deck type viability and how many deck types are viable, it depends on the format. So in Standard, there by the end of a standard season, there's usually about 5 or 6 deck types that are like the most popular and the most viable and win the most games. But once the standard format rotates out, those deck types get removed, and a new deck list enters, the meta. For modern, it's similar, but because there's a wider card pool range, the amount of decks that you can build that will win you games a lot is wider. However, like I mentioned before, the modern format is more expensive. And Commander is still the top of the cream of the crop when it comes to playing goofy deck ideas. And Legacy.
What would you consider like a goofy style, a goofy type?
I'm trying to think. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. I can see the box. It's a goofy as hell, but it's also a very rude deck.
Oh.
And it involves a mechanic that was only around for 1 or 2 sets, and it hasn't come back since. But I would love for it to come back. And it is an ability known as Morph.
Okay.
So a card with the Morph ability essentially turns it into the equivalent of a trap card from Yu-Gi-Oh! But instead of putting it face down for free, you pay 3 mana to cast it face down, and then it has a morph cost, where if you pay the morph cost, then you get to flip over the card. And 9 times out of 10, the card has an ability that will trigger whenever the creature is flipped face up. Those are the basics of how morph cards work.
Okay.
And you can morph a creature anytime, so you can play it at instant speed.
I'll morph to someone else.
No,
21 Pilots.
I know. I'm trying to make the connection of what the reference you made was.
Which one?
Like, what were you referencing?
With the I'll morph to someone else?
Oh, that's what the line is. I thought the line was I'm more for someone else.
No, I'll morph to someone else. I'm just a ghost.
Oh, thank you.
Defense mechanism mode.
Yeah, I'm more for someone else. I love that song.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Trench. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I love Trench. So
it's my favorite.
So beyond the basic tribal, mid-range aggro, etc., some popular deck types, if they're prevalent enough, get silly names. For instance, whenever I use the word mono, it just means one color. But the mono-white deck that focuses on playing a lot of small power creatures with big effects, and it winds up swarming the board, that is called White Weenie.
What?
Yeah, it's called White Weenie.
Why?
Because the deck nickname was made up by a bunch of teenagers in the 90s.
Okay, that's fair.
The deck, the specific name of the deck that I have built, and you're gonna wonder why it's called this at first, but I'll explain it in a moment. It is called a pickle deck.
Okay. No. Please, for the love of God, let Pickle Rick die.
Let Pickle Rick die, and let Bubble Bass squish him because you forgot the pickles.
Oh no!
Anyway, so the basic
pickle deck.
The basic strategy for the pickle deck involves two creature cards with morph. One card is called Vesuvan Shapeshifter.
Okay.
It costs, I think, either 1 or 2 mana to morph. And whenever it's turned face up, it becomes a copy of any creature on the field. And then, at the beginning of your upkeep, which is one of the phases for Magic. So the basic turn phases for Magic is it becomes your turn. It is untap. So I can't believe I did not explain a fundamental part of Magic. So, in Magic, to tap something means to turn a card 180 degrees. So, for instance, you tap lands to make mana. It's essentially a signifier whenever something has been activated.
Because, that you rotate.
Well, yes, but you rotate 180. You tap lands for mana. Whenever a creature attacks, you have to tap it to signify that it is swinging. However, there is an ability known as Vigilance, and if a creature has a Vigilance, it does not need to tap to attack. And the reason why that is important is because once a creature is tapped and attacking, you cannot untap it until your next turn. So it becomes a question of if your creature doesn't have vigilance, do you swing with it and leave yourself potentially open for a direct attack, or do you leave it untapped so it can block? Because tapped creatures cannot block.
Oh.
It is essentially the equivalent of blocking with your arms, or taking the chance to swing forward with your arm. So if you're in the process of swinging a sword, you're in mid swing, and you have leaned forward and you cannot block. Make sense?
Yeah.
Makes sense. That's essentially why tapped creatures can't block, or like the flavor anyway. Where was I? You can pay.
Pickles.
Yes, you can pay. Vesuvian Shapeshifter has an ability where at the beginning of. Oh yeah, I was gonna explain the phases of a turn. So when your turn starts, the first is untap, where you untap everything on your board that you've tapped. Upkeep, which is a specific phase. For cards that use the phrase "during your upkeep, this happens." So any cards that say "during your upkeep," those abilities will activate during your upkeep. Draw, where you draw your card for the turn. Then you have main phase 1, where you can play any spells you want.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're done with that, you move to combat. You select which creatures you want to attack with. The player does what's known as declaring their blockers. So they pick which creature they want to block or not. And then once that goes through, after combat is done with, you have main phase 2, where you can play any more other spells you want, including more creatures. So let's say you swing the big creature this turn and you have another creature in your hand. After combat, on main phase 2, you can slap that fucker down so you have an extra blocker during your opponent's next turn.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool as that. Like,
I just realized I had my face like too high for my mic to pick up on.
I feel it.
Words I was saying is like, oh shit.
I feel that.
Let me scrunch.
Anyway, so Vesuvian Shapeshifter's ability is pertaining to your upkeep. So during your upkeep, you can choose to pay either 1 or 2 blue mana. I can't remember which one it is, but you can turn Vesuvian Shapeshifter face down again. And there's a reason.
Oh.
Yes, and once he's face down, you can pay, if you have the mana, 2 mana to flip and face up. It's 1 blue mana. You can pay 1 blue mana to turn him face down during your upkeep. And then right afterwards, you can pay 2 mana again to flip him back over. Now, that particular ability goes well with another card, and the namesake of the deck, Brine Elemental.
Oh no.
Do you know why it's called pickle deck? Called a pickle deck now.
Yeah. Because you brine it.
Yep.
It's pickle brine.
Correct.
So like, pickle juice is pretty darn good. Just saying.
I will agree to that. Every now and then I'll sneak me a sip of some of the pickle juice from the fridge. It's delicious.
Oh, dude, it's like the best if you've got a muscle cramp. Like if you've pulled something in your shoulder or whatever.
I've been told it's also good for hangovers because it's full of electrolytes.
Is it?
I've been told that, yes.
Beer is full of electrolytes.
Yes, but it's also
there we go.
It's also
I like Mike's idea.
It's also full of alcohol, which is the thing that gave you the hangover to begin with.
It's like a Bloody Mary. You know, you drink more in the morning to offset the hangover from the previous night.
Have you heard of a repair beer?
No. Is that specific?
No.
Is it a specific beer meant for hangovers?
No, it's just you drink 1 beer in the morning. After a hangover. If you have a hangover.
Sounds like something my dad would do.
That's hilarious. So,
Stumbling through the kitchen. Where's my beer?
oh my god.
Anyway.
Toxic Southern dad war flashbacks.
Hey, I mean, he is the epitome of Southern dad. He's got a boat. He goes fishing.
He's a little
He'll
racist.
drink his Corona with lime while he's fishing.
He's a little racist.
Yeah, he is. Yep.
It's Southern Dad 101.
It really is. It's like, damn, I could teach a class on you. And when he says this, take a 3-count look over there and go, hey, what kind of bird is that? And he'll look and be like, oh, that's a pileated woodpecker. Cool. And then we move forward with the day.
My dad's into bird watching too. He has a whole like bird guidebook.
Oh shit, is it like the Audubon Society bird book?
I don't know the name of it, but it's got like this really deep forest green textured to the back, and like the dust cover, quote unquote, is just like a thin-ish wraparound that's like in the center of the book.
That's literally the Audubon Society. It's like the to-go guidebook, because the actual book is like a brick.
Yeah, it's the to-go version.
Oh my god, I just figured out what that book was from that context clue. Oh, that's sad.
That's so cool, though. I like me some birds. My favorite bird to watch is crows and ravens.
Or as we call them, cravens.
Cravens, or corvids, if I'm not sure which one it is. I love me some corvies.
Yeah, corvids are cool, which that family is blue jays, crows, ravens, and mockingbirds.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. No, too much about birds.
You're fine. That was a fun tangent. So, with Brine Elemental, it's fairly. There are some cases where the morph cost is more expensive than the regular casting cost. So, Brine Elemental costs, I think, 5 or 6 mana to cast normally, but to morph his morph costs about 7 to 8 mana, and there's a specific reason for this. Whenever Brine Elemental is flipped face up, your opponent skips their entire untap step.
Oh, that's evil.
So, no
mana?
Yeah, untapping. So untapping So the untap step includes untapping your lands. And
that's mean. And that's the deck you use, or that's the strat you use.
So, I need to do
Note to self: never play with Ika.
Hold on.
Cheats with pickles.
Further explanations need to be made. Okay, so a couple of things. So it's essentially a combo deck that focuses on getting Brine Elemental on the field, and then you put Vesuvan Doppelganger face down, and then for 2 mana, you flip him face up. You make him a copy of Brine Elemental. Your opponent skips their draw step. And then you swing with like a bigger creature that you summon earlier, or swing with Brine Elemental because he's a 5/5 and it's a 20 life format. So, it's in 4 turns with 4 swings. So a 5/5 creature, assuming that your opponent does not block on each of the turns, will win the game in 4 turns because 5, 10, 15, 20. And so if you can manage to lock your opponent down for 5 turns, you've won the game. And another thing, what you were mentioning, Morgan, about, I know it was a joke, and it was a good one, but I do not use that deck regularly. I rarely ever use it, because I know how mean it is. That's the pickle deck is the kind of deck that I play against an asshole.
Oh.
It's the punishment deck. It's the guy. It's the deck you play against the guy who is way too obsessed with winning. He's been a real fucking bitch the whole night, and I have yet to be in a scenario where that's the case, but I really want to so bad, just so I can lock his ass down for the whole game, and he can't do shit.
Mm-hmm. It's
Your
like
ass
what
is
you'd
not
use.
playing tonight.
What?
Your ass is not playing tonight.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, it's like,
You
oh,
have been denied.
it's like, oh, you want to be a bitch and whine the whole time? Well, I guess you're not gonna play at all.
It's like one of those guys that plays a game and refuses to like handle defeat well, like they're a massive whiner baby about it.
Yeah, but
You only won because I totally forgot about this one special ability.
it's
Normally I'd kick your ass.
it's for playing against those types of people, and for playing against other rude decks, because there are several rude decks in Modern, and Legacy especially. Like my pickle deck would not be out of place in the Modern format. It would not. Like I told one of my friends who's been playing Magic longer than I have. I told him about the pickle deck, and he's like, "Yo, dude, if you pulled that out at a modern at a modern Magic night, they'd be like, yo, that's rad." I'm like, it's torture is what it is.
Yeah.
Because there are decks that are just so fast that your opponents don't have time to react, and then there are decks that prevent your opponent from playing the game at all. Because there's another deck strategy that's it's in the fast category, and it's called Prime Time, and it is because Prime Time refers to a card called Primeval Titan. And I need to remember what the deck does. It involves a combination of Primeval Titan and an artifact, which is essentially an enchantment, but it's themed after, like, trinkets. So artifacts are, like, amulets.
A bear?
What?
Sorry. Critical Role. There's a bear named Trinket.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Like,
you
but
should watch it.
artifacts 9 times out of 10 are, like, they're either treasure, food, items. So like there are equipable items in Magic, and they're just called equipments. They have the regular casting cost, and then once they're on the field, you pay the equipment cost, and then you equip it to a creature. The cool thing about equipments, though, is that once the equipped creature dies, the equipment stays on the field.
Oh.
It doesn't go away. It's the equivalent of like a soldier dying in battle and he leaves his sword on the field, so another soldier picks it up and starts using it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
Makes sense.
yeah. Okay, hold on. I need to. Nope. No, I can't spell Primeval Titan. There you are. Wow, Primeval Titan's only $3? It must have been reprinted a lot. Anyway, so. Oops, sorry.
You're okay.
So there's a combo that involves the card Primeval Titan and another card called Amulet of Vigor. And Primeval Titan, looking at it now, I am honestly not sure why it's this card specifically that's so sought after in Modern, because it's a 6/6 for 6 mana, and it has an ability known as Trample. And what Trample is if you're swinging with a creature with Trample, and your opponent chooses to block that creature, those two creatures fight, and you subtract the attacking creature's power from the defending creature's defenses, and the number left over is how much damage gets through because of Trample. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
They trade power and defense. So let's say, Primeval Titan is a 6/6. Let's say you're blocking with a 3/3. If you block with a 3/3 against Primeval Titan, then 3 damage will still get through.
Excellent.
Okay.
The excess damage hits your face.
Yeah, that's it. You take the excess damage. I always forget that.
Yeah.
I always forget that term. And Primeval Titan says, whenever Primeval Titan enters the battlefield or attacks, you may search your library, which is your deck, for up to 2 land cards put them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle your library. There's a strategy surrounding Primeval Titan and another card called Amulet of Vigor. And Amulet of Vigor is a $25 card.
Okay, why?
I am not willing. So my motto for buying cards is that I do not buy cards that are worth more than $8.
Okay.
And if I want to use those cards that are worth over $8, we do a little thing called proxying. And proxies are not illegal.
No?
You can't play them in tournaments because they're not official cards. But you can. But if you're just playing amongst friends and everyone's cool with it, you can proxy any card you want. Some people are worried, like, well, what if you just proxy the most powerful card and then you have like an all-powerful deck, and like then don't play with an asshole.
Yeah.
Don't play with an
Like
asshole.
someone who can actually, it's like the people who go into Pokemon tourneys and use like the legendary Pokemon that can Mega Evolve.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dude, that just means that you're really fucking bad at this game.
Yeah, for real. So,
Were there proxies that were adapted into official cards?
I don't think so. What you might be remembering is, so there are cards in Magic called tokens, which is just a card to denote a specific. I'm not sure how exactly to explain tokens other than an example. So, there are creature cards that say, like for instance, there's a card called Murmuring Mystic. It's a 1/4 creature that costs 4 mana, 3 generic mana and 1 blue mana. It's a very beautiful looking card, and it says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you make a 1/1 flying blue bird creature token. So a creature token has no casting cost. The only way it can be summoned onto the battlefield is by the effect of another card.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's say I play like 2 sorceries while I have Murmuring Mystic on the field. I just made 2 blue bird illusion creature tokens. In the beginning, these nowadays Wizards does print tokens that cards make more often than not, but back in the old days, they never made. There were a lot of old cards that made tokens, but there were never any cards printed of those tokens, and so people would use anything from like dice to denote the amount of tokens they had. Sometimes they would draw it on a piece of paper. Sometimes they would proxy it. They would draw the art and print the card. That may be what you're referring to. Oh my god, I hate that I keep forgetting your name, my guy. I am so sorry.
You could just say Mike Guy.
My guy.
Mike.
My guy.
It is Mike.
Mike Guy.
Mike Guy. Thank you for the mnemonic device.
That's what we're here for.
But yeah, that may be what you're remembering, Mike, but there are people who will poo-poo on people using proxies just because they probably have too much money than they know what to deal with, and they're like, what's the big deal? It's only $30 for a piece of cardboard. But legally you can make your own proxies, but literally the easiest way to make a proxy is so basic lands are like the cheapest card in Magic because they're the base resource that you need. Like some local card shops will just have basic lands that they'll give out for free. Like they're that cheap. So what you can do is you grab a basic forest, which normally makes green mana. You take a Sharpie and you write the name of the card on the land.
All right, that works.
That's literally the least amount of effort that you can put in to make a proxy. Other people.
Can I get you to do like the mansplainer bro voice that you did a second ago for the rest of the?
I don't want to be repulsive.
God, that'd be so fucking funny though.
It would be fucking funny.
Actually, did you know that the card's only $30?
Actually, this card would not be affected by that due to state-based effects.
Oh no, go back. The little lip smack you just did, just.
Oh, sorry.
Too real. Too real.
I should have done a snort. Actually, that card would fizzle due to state-based effects. Adoy.
Okay.
Adoy.
Note to self, never request that again because my blood pressure just spiked. Like my watch like did a little beep beep at me a second ago.
Did I do it too well?
Like, nope. A little too well. I have actually had real life interactions with people who talk like that.
See,
and
people who talk
and I kind of want to strangle them.
People who talk like that, I have no qualms about immediately interrupting them and being like, "My guy, you're being a dick and no one wants to listen to you. Just a fair warning." Like I don't do it in an accusatory manner. I do it in like a I do the vibe that I attempt to go for is the equivalent of a coach calling a timeout and telling the player everything they're doing wrong.
Oh no!
Like timeout, you're way too strong, bro. You gotta pull it back. I get the enthusiasm, but the tone is real toxic. You know, I'm gonna need you to you're at a 10. Gonna need you to bring it down to a 4.
You talk like you've never touched a woman.
That's so rude.
I mean, like that's the vibe that I get from those guys. It's like, you have no one who loves you.
You're not wrong.
Poor thing.
Oh man.
Okay. Kappnmorgan gets canceled 101.
Nah.
Pisses off incels everywhere.
See, that's the thing. Like, if you make a group of people who are marginally toxic to other people, that's not getting canceled. That's just making toxic people angry.
Which is my favorite activity.
Hell yeah. But no, if you make like a marginalized group of people angry, that is like
That's actually toxic, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually toxic. And like, a side tangent, like you can't actually cancel a celebrity. All you can do is make them feel bad while they're still rich.
Yeah. Like, oh, they're gonna go cry themselves to sleep in, like, a Scrooge McDuck vault of money that they're swimming in.
Yeah, for fucking real. All you can do is make them feel bad for, like, 2 seconds, and then they're like, oh, wait, I'm rich.
Yeah, who is this insect?
Yeah, for real. I don't remember what I was...
Off to my third beach house, toodaloo.
Yeah, so, but, like, the decks that I run are usually ones that I like to... I like decks that are fun to play, and as silly as that sounds, there are some decks that are just extremely complicated because abilities, when an ability activates, it's known as a trigger, as silly as that sounds. So there are
I mean, it triggers an action.
Yeah, like... I know, but there's also that negative association with the word.
The modern context.
Yeah, but that's not in the modern context. Anyway, so there are decks where the focus is an ability that triggers, which causes another ability to trigger, which causes another ability to trigger, which causes another ability to trigger. And those we like to affectionately call math the deck.
Oh my god!
Which, like, when I'm not piloting when I'm not piloting those decks, they are fascinating to watch. And then
it's like in Death Note where it's like Light versus L back and forth in their brains of like, oh, well, if he chooses the left fork, that means that he's Kira.
I mean, two people who really know what they're doing in not Yu-Gi-Oh, but in Magic. Really does seem like that, because a player who... So I think as far as I can remember, in Grand Prix, the deck list for each opponent is available. Like, each opponent can look at every card in their opponent's deck. So what someone who's pretty experienced might do is, like, they will look at the number of lands that player has left untapped whenever they end their turn. They may look at the number of cards they have in their hand and make determinations like, okay, so he has only a couple of cards in his hand. Some of them he has not been using this whole time. He may be waiting to unleash it just in case, so I need to play safe, or maybe an opponent leaves 2 blue mana open, and if you're familiar with a particular counterspell that costs 2 blue mana, whenever it's your turn, you need to play more conservatively and not play your big creatures while your opponent has enough mana to counterspell it.
Okay.
There are little subtle things like that, or if you haven't seen your opponent's deck list, but you're familiar enough with the popular card pool, which does happen a lot in the digital version of Magic: The Gathering, which is 100% free, called MTG Arena, and it's available on PC and mobile devices. I play it every now and then. It's fun.
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored at all, but I wish I was, because that game, MTG Arena will actually teach you how to play the game.
Oh shit, that's cool.
Yeah, whenever you start a new account, it goes over the basic rules, and then it gives you what are known as color challenges, because each color of mana has different strengths and weaknesses, depending on the cards you play. Like, a big thing for green mana, green is very good at... Green has a lot of big creatures, big stompy creatures. It's very good at destroying artifacts and enchantments, but so is white mana. So 'cause sometimes the abilities that each color has overlap. Like, for instance, blue mana is very good at control, or drawing cards, or doing what's known as scrying, which means so let's say, for instance, there's a card ability that says Scry 2. That means you look at the top 2 cards of your library, and you put them back in any order. So let's say you have a good card that you wanted, but it's under the top card of your library. You just swap those 2, put them back on top. It's
like D&D rules with a scrying spell. You go and find the spell, or find the thing, and it is now known to you.
Kind of, but I would more so look at the term scrying in Magic as just finding easy to find information, because you're not necessarily looking through your entire deck. You're scrying however many the number is. So if it's scry 3,
okay, gotcha.
So if it's scry 3, you look at the top 3. If it's scry 4, top 4, etc. There are cards that let you search your library for cards and then put them into your hand or into play, and that's usually in black mana, which black mana can get real fucking crazy, because black mana lets you essentially, if you build your deck right, your graveyard is essentially a second deck.
Oh.
There are a lot of cards that you can easily pull cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. There are cards that get stronger for each creature in your graveyard. It's great. I love it. It's real wacky.
Sounds interesting.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, do you have tea?
What
are you drinking?
I do not have tea. Now I want to explain the situation. So I have an energy drink.
Oh?
I have an energy drink, and it is Ghost, and it is Swedish fish flavored.
Oh, I tried that one.
I love it. It's my go-to. And so I have 2 koozies, or coasters, koozies, either one. But because it's a tall can, it won't fit in the entirety of the koozie, because it's not one of those tall ones. But I have a really old foam can, foam koozie, because it's a nostalgic one for me, because it's a surf shop for a beach that I used to go to all the time. But it's not tall enough for the can, so I have a second koozie that has a bit of like a thinner rim at the top, and I turn that upside down and put it over the top koozie, so that way the drink stays cold whenever I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, that's amazing.
And I was just messing.
I was wondering, because I kept hearing like a little tick sound every
that's the
couple minutes or so.
Yeah, that was the koozie that I put on top is made of metal. It's a Yeti koozie. It's my dad's, but he doesn't use it much, so I just use it as the top thing. So that noise you hear is just me either playing with the metal koozie or me taking on and off the metal koozie from my energy drink. Gotcha. But yeah, there's all kinds of fun strategies that you can do, and if you're a fan of in recent years, it's actually really good to be a fan of things that aren't Magic: The Gathering properties, because Wizards of the Coast has been doing a lot of crossovers recently. of note is like they did one for Transformers. So there's a few Magic the Gathering Transformers cards. They did a whole set based on Lord of the Rings.
Wait, hold the phone. You've been talking about this card series for how long now, and you choose now to bring up the Lord of the Rings stuff?
Well, I mean,
that's like number 2 point of why Magic is better.
Main reason why I didn't is because I won't say I don't like the series, because the thing is, I have not really been into Lord of the Rings. I did not watch the movies until earlier this year.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm very much serious. I tried to watch them whenever I was a small child, but for some reason I always thought they were boring. Whenever I tried to watch them, I couldn't get through them as a kid. But as an adult, like looking at the environments, seeing the different scenery, seeing the struggles of the characters, it's a fascinating watch.
It's so good.
I won't say it's like
Aragorn?
I won't say it's like the best thing since sliced bread, but they're very enjoyable movies.
We need to have a Lord of the Rings marathon, is what I'm hearing. Extended editions all in one day. It is 23 hours for all 6 movies.
All-nighter Lord of the Rings marathon, baby!
Yeah, I mean, that's what my family does with Lord of the Rings. Whenever we get snowed in, because we're, on the upper upside of the country.
Yeah.
We'll get snowed in for a weekend, and it's like, all right, my dad makes a big pot of chili, and then we go, and we start the first one, and then we take a break.
That sounds so fucking cozy.
Second, it's so good.
I
It's
love
so
that.
Nice. Now that I can drink, it's even better. Cause, beer and some chili.
Get you extra warm. But yeah, so like I wasn't like I have a friend who is on the autism spectrum, and one of his favorite things to do whenever me and him hang out is to just info dump the lore for different things that he's a fan of, and he's a fan of Lord of the Rings. So many a time has passed where he has explained the lore for Lord of the Rings, Power Rangers, Transformers, Naruto, My Hero Academia. He's the reason why I'm caught up on the story for One Piece, even though technically I'm only on chapter like 700-ish. And I'm not.
Blacker, you should be in the thousands by now.
Well, see, I've been taking breaks from reading it because I'm near the end of the one arc with Don Quixote del Flamenco.
Dressrosa.
Yeah, I'm near the end of the Dressrosa arc. I'll be honest, I've just sort of skimmed through Dressrosa and gotten the basic ideas from Dressrosa because I know how obnoxiously long of an arc it is and how nothing much happens in it.
Imagine me making a capital D colon face.
Capital D colon face. I mean, yeah, I enjoy me some One Piece, but I'm
no spoilers left and came back is what Nuki said.
Oh, of course not. No spoilers. No
spoilers for Nuki.
No spoilers.
Also, One Piece just aired on Netflix, didn't it? Like the
live
action.
Yes, and I've been told that as far as Netflix live action anime adaptation goes, it's fantastic.
I couldn't. I'm scared.
A little bit about it.
Yeah, I understand the fear, but to quell your fears, Morgan, Oda worked very closely with Oda is the creator of One Piece.
Yeah.
Oda.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, you said Oda as if like you weren't sure.
No, I'm just making I like doing goofy voices for names like Oda.
That's very fair. So Oda worked very closely with the production. He's the one who helped pick out the actors that portrayed the characters. He helped write the script. He helped direct, I think. Like anything that he didn't feel he was happy with, he asked them to change.
Okay, so they actually listened to the creator for once. Excellent.
Yes, and I've heard good things about it from non-One Piece fans, and from One Piece fans, specifically there's a guy named Grand Line Reviews on YouTube. He's very great. He's an Australian. He's a very cool guy. His name is Liam. And he analyzes every single chapter as they come out, and that's also how I've been keeping up with the series, is Liam's like chapter reviews. He says that parts of it are absolutely wonderful and fantastic, and the other parts were very disappointing, but not enough to like ruin the overall experience. Because according to him, the pacing of the show, because there are so few episodes and they have so much to get through, a lot of things get cut or are sped through so that you don't get as much character moments as you did in the manga. For example, I won't go into detail, but apparently Usopp's like character arc in his hometown, like according to Liam, it felt Usopp was sort of pushed to the background for that arc, even though it was originally his arc in the anime and the manga.
Interesting.
But
I mean, I hate it when they do that though, because that's the whole point of focusing on that character arc.
Yeah, and Liam does explain that, but like I said, he also added in like the parts that were good were absolutely amazing, because you get more of Garp, Helmeppo, and what's the pink-haired boy's name? Kobe. You get more of Garp, Helmeppo, and Kobe in the live-action movie. There are more character moments with them, because for some reason the point of view shifts between the Straw Hats and Garp with Kobe and Helmeppo, as sort of to go into more detail of how they were trained. And for fans of One Piece, you know what I mean.
Okay.
But yeah.
Hey, you One Piece fans, you'll understand. Me.
Do you know?
I just knocked my headphones off for a second. Oh God.
Okay, so going back to the
tangent.
Sorry. No, you're fine. Going back to
magic.
Going back to I got a message in my stream from Dragumi. Oh no, it's from Nuki.
Dragumi.
It's from Nuki.
Nuki, get back in my chat.
He told me not to read what he said out loud.
You better screenshot and send that shit to me. I want to know. Nuki, tell me what you said.
Nuki, I'm not reading it out loud, I promise.
Tell me.
I'm not reading it out loud, but I am taking a picture of it with my phone. I have agreed. I have followed the terms of our verbal contract. I have not said it out loud.
Ooh. Did I get the tea?
I have not said it out loud, Nuki. It's not even that bad. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what you're freaking out about. I did not say it out loud. I sent it to you, Morgan.
Okay, I see, Nuki. You're ditching me. You're cheating on me with Ika.
You cheating? You played dirty.
See. It's not me. It's you.
Nah, you can say it. Now he says I can say it. I already sent the fucking screen cap to Morgie. Oh, Mike, for context, Nuki was just secretly hoping that I would somehow persuade Morgan to get into One Piece.
I read it.
Mike, what the fuck?
Okay, but
going.
Quick question with the Full Metal Alchemist live action on Netflix.
I never saw it.
Okay, because I just want to know how bad it was, because that's my favorite anime.
I mean, here's the thing: a multi-episode, like 20 to 30 episode anime series, loses a lot of heart by being condensed down into an hour and a half to 2 hours, which is why I feel like most novels really should not be adapted into movies.
I mean, they're working on an adaptation for the Percy Jackson and the Olympian series as a show on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Because Rick Riordan, the author, was like, hey, they really, really fucked up the movies.
Yeah.
My turn. And, oh shit, we have been going for 2 hours and 42 minutes.
I know, I apologize for so many side tangents.
No, you're fine. Whenever Yeah, I mean, I'm here. It's Friday. I have nowhere to be tomorrow until like 4 p.m.
Same.
I mean, not saying that I'm streaming continuously until 4 p.m. because I got like sleep.
Oh, absolutely.
Scheduled at some point.
Yeah, of course. I will try to be a little quicker.
No, you're
with the
at your leisure.
Okay, so with the Magic the Gathering crossovers, they've done Lord of the Rings They did a full set of Lord of the Rings cards, and so whenever they release sets, Wizards will often release what are known as pre-con decks, which are pre-constructed decks that that you can buy, and they come in the standard deck. I don't know if they've made modern pre-con decks, but they've made standard pre-con decks, and they have made commander pre-con decks. And I pre-ordered the set of 4 Lord of the Rings pre-con decks, and they were just over $200 for all 4 of them.
Holy fuck.
I thought they would be worth more a piece. So I'm kind of kicking myself for not... well, actually, no, I take that back. The base price for each pre-con commander deck is $50. That's just the standard price for a pre-con commander deck. It's between $40 and $50, but that is because it is a deck of 100 cards, and more often than not, in pre-constructed decks, you get more expensive cards in the deck. Often to the point where the expensive cards in the deck are either worth about the same as the full deck or worth more.
Okay.
And the pre-con decks that came with Lord of the Rings are... I have 2 of them sleeved and 2 of them not sleeved because 2 of them just didn't really appeal to me. The 2 of them that I did not sleeve were a themed... They are white, black, and green, and it is called Food and Fellowship. And the commanders are I cannot believe I forgot the main fucking character's name of Lord of the Rings.
Frodo.
That's it. Frodo and Sam. Frodo Baggins and Sam. Frodo and Sam.
Samwise Gamgee.
Yeah, Frodo and Sam are the commanders, and there is a specific commander ability known as Partner, where if a commander has the Partner ability, you can pair it with another commander, and you're able to have 2 commanders, and the color of mana that you put in, that you're allowed to put in the deck spans both of those cards. And so Frodo and Sam.
Is there a potato card?
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't quite remember.
Potatoes.
Oh no, sadly there's not.
Boil them, mash them,
stick them in a stew. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Potato, potato, potato. All right. But yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, Sam and Frodo are partner commanders, and they are very. And also for the Lord of the Rings set, they made a mechanic called The Ring Tempts You.
Ooh.
And whenever the ring tempts you, the ring can tempt you. There are like 4 different levels, because the ring can tempt you multiple times, and you get a different effect for each time the ring tempts you, and each of those abilities stack each time, so to make the creature more and more powerful. And so what? Here, I could actually open the deck and just read what the commanders do. Silly me. No, that's Merry. That's Pippin. Where the hell is... Oh, there it is. Okay. They made legendary cards of just about every major character. Even Tom Bombadil's wife has her own card.
Wait. Whoa. They acknowledge Tom Bombadil.
Yes.
In the cards.
Yes, because the set...
Fucking awesome.
The set is based on the books, not the movie.
Amazing.
Oh, here they are.
I'd buy it just for the shits and giggles of like,
Okay, so
cards.
Frodo, Adventurous Hobbit, is 1 white mana, 1 black mana. He has 1 power, 3 toughness. Partner with Sam, Loyal Attendant. He has Vigilance. And whenever Frodo, Adventurous Hobbit attacks, you gain... if you gain 3 or more life this turn, the ring tempts you. Then, if Frodo is your ring bearer, so whenever the ring tempts you, you select a creature that's on the field to be the ring bearer. And you can select Frodo to be the ring bearer. Then, if Frodo is your ring bearer and the ring has tempted you 2 or more times this game, draw a card. So basically, once the ring has tempted Frodo twice, and whenever he attacks, you draw a card. And to allow you to gain life on each of your turn, you have his partner, Sam, Loyal Attendant. He has partner with Frodo. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a food token. A food token is an artifact token whose rules text says pay 2 mana and tap it, then sacrifice the artifact and you gain 3 life. So you are essentially eating the food.
Hell yeah.
And
potatoes.
Sam's last ability is activated abilities of foods you control cost 1 less to cast. So you're essentially making tokens. You pay 1 mana to eat the food. You gain 3 life. Frodo is tempted by the ring, and one of the abilities of being tempted by the ring, which I actually had the rule card for being tempted by the ring is in the deck. The ring. The first time it tempts you, the ring bearer is legendary and can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. So because Frodo is a 1/3, he has the lowest power aside from 0, and so he can just. So if your opponent has like a 9/9 invincible creature, it don't matter. Frodo's gonna poke you for 1 damage anyway.
I'm gonna poke you. In like the eyeball?
I mean, sure if you want.
Cool.
The other one is the second temptation is whenever your ring bearer attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. Discard a card just means pick a card in your hand and put it in your graveyard. The third temptation is whenever the ring bearer becomes blocked by a creature, that creature's controller sacrifices it at the end of combat. So essentially, if your opponent is attacking you and you choose your ring bearer to block, if your ring bearer doesn't die, the creature that attacked you has to be sacrificed by the opponent at the end of the turn, at the end of combat. The fourth temptation is whenever the ring bearer deals combat damage to a player, each opponent loses 3 life.
Interesting.
Each opponent meaning, this is a commander deck, so if you have 3 opponents, 3 of your opponents lose 3 life.
Pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Is there a 5th temptation?
There is not a 5th temptation. There are only 4. However.
Inaccurate. Is there 5 original temptations in the band?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's no 5th temptation. That's very interesting. But yeah, there's Merry and Pippin are in the deck. Bilbo's in the deck. Who else? There's an instant called Pippin's Bravery. Eagles of the North. Landroval, Horizon Witness. Rosie, the girl that Sam has a crush on, has her own card.
Adorable.
Shire.
She was so cute.
Yeah, Shire Sheriff, Mirkwood Bats. Let's see. Path to Exile is a reprint. Swords to Plowshares is a reprint. There's a source
friend and enter.
There's a sorcery called Revive the Shire.
Oh.
There's a legendary creature named Butterbur, Bree Innkeeper. I assume you know who that is. I don't. I've never heard of that person.
Yeah, it's the Innkeep.
Sure.
Okay.
There's a reprint of a card called Go for the Throat, which is hilarious. For 2 mana, you destroy a target non-artifact creature, and the art on it is Gollum trying to choke Frodo.
Excellent.
It's.
I adore this. I will have to look into at least the artwork of.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
I need to remember what the set is. I guess you could just Google like Lord of the Rings MTG set or something like that.
Yeah.
But instead of going through each of the cards of the decks, I'm just going to tell you what the theme of it is. The second of the precon decks is blue and green, and it's the Elven Council.
Oh, that's cool.
And the downside is that the mechanic of the Elven Council is really slow. So what the main focus of it is getting you and your opponents to vote on something to happen. Depending on the number of votes on either side, something will happen. But the fact that it's a 4-player game and everyone has 40 life and each turn takes 5 minutes. This this deck is a slog to play with. I know.
Well, it's just like reading the books, you know. It's just saying from a book reader's perspective, who voraciously eats books, they are a little bit of a slog to get through because
that's one way to put it.
J.R.R. Tolkien will stop and describe like a tree and a certain knot on that tree for like a page and a half, if we're lucky.
Hilarious.
It's so, you know, attention to detail. Love it.
Yeah.
Greatly adore it. But like, please hurry up. Can we fight some orcs? Fight some orcs.
Speaking of
I want to fight the orcs.
Speaking of orcs, the third deck in the pre-constructed, the 4 precons, is called the Hosts of Mordor. Also, in each of the precon decks, there are legendary creatures in the decks that could be used as an alternate commander if you don't like the one that it comes with. For instance, the default commander for the Hosts of Mordor is Sauron, and the artwork for Sauron's fucking great, but I had to go with my man Saruman. Saruman the White Hand.
The Stinky. Saruman the Feeble.
So the commander for my version of the Hosts of Mordor Mordor is Saruman the White Hand. He's 4 mana, 1 generic, 1 blue, 1 black, and 1 red. Whenever I cast a non-creature spell, aka any spell that I cast that's not a creature, amass orcs X, where X is that spell's mana value. So essentially, and this is like a slightly less good version of another card that's actually very funny. So amass means you make 1 or 0/0 orc creature token, and each time you amass, you put +1/+1 counters on it. And +1/+1 counters are just buffs to the power and toughness. Make sense? Hello?
Yep, sorry. I was talking above the microphone again.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that nothing went bad. Anyway, so every time I cast a non-creature spell, however much mana was spent to cast that spell, I amass that number of orcs. So let's say I play a 3 mana enchantment. I amass 3 orcs, or I put 3 +1/+1 counters on that 1 orc creature token. So I'm essentially building up a big old tall boy over time. And also,
he's a big old heckin' chunker.
Heck yeah.
3 orcs in a trench coat.
Yeah, and
What? I heard French goat.
3 orcs in a trench coat.
Okay, I don't know why my brain said a French goat.
It do be feeling like that sometimes.
I mean, you know what? I need that as a D&D character now.
Saruman's other ability is goblins and orcs you control have Ward 2. And Ward is essentially... it's a protection ability where you either have... In this case, you either have... Whenever an opponent targets orcs you control with a spell, like say they're trying to cast Murder on it, they either have to pay 2 extra mana, or their Murder spell is countered automatically.
Okay.
So,
I see.
Yeah, so if Murder costs 3 mana, they either have to pay 2 extra mana, or their Murder is countered. And it's a real fun deck. The 4th and final one, and one of my personal favorites, precon decks, is the Riders of Rohan.
Yeah. Best scene. Except for, like, the chewing of the cherry tomatoes portion.
Yeah, that part's weird.
I
mean, I guess it's meant to make you uncomfortable.
It literally is. That was the director's call of, like, all right, you need to eat these as horribly, as physically possible.
Yeah.
And go.
Yep. One of the commanders that I chose, or the commander that I chose for the Riders of Rohan deck is Eowyn.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
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 Hell yeah.
The colors that are used for that deck, I would pull it out, but it's in my backpack right now because I use that deck quite a bit. Are red, white, and blue.
Hell yeah.
And
America. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's every motherfucking day, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit, hi Savvy. Sorry, one of my mods just popped into stream.
Hi, mod.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So
Like I was literally just thinking about her dog, and then she appears with the dog.
The pupperino.
The pupper. His name's Winston, and he's a corgi, and we love him.
Oh, I love me some corgis. Okay, so
The best boy. Sorry, not to interrupt.
You're fine. That's just an example of like the crossovers that have already come out. There are the next planned crossovers include Doctor Who,
Okay.
Fallout,
Okay.
and Final Fantasy.
Which Final Fantasy or just?
Final Fantasy as a whole.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, I'm excited
Oh,
for that
no.
one. I'm so excited. Okay, so
Don't tell Tetra about that.
I'll try not to.
We'll have to get into magic, and no.
I mean, like I said, if you want to get into it, you don't need to buy the precons. And often what I do in order to save money but still get the cards I want is wait for a set to come out. Wait like a few months, because whenever a set first comes out, cards that players think will be good are like spike in price from the start, and then as they realize that it's not as good as they thought, but it's still a viable card, it goes down in price. And so what I usually do is I wait a while after a set has come out and look through the set for cards that I think are neat, or cards that would be good in one of my decks, and just buy the cheapest ones that they have. Because there are a lot of really cheap cards in the Lord of the Rings set that I adore. Like I have Tom Bombadil. I think this is Tom Bombadil's wife, Goldberry.
I think that's her name.
Either way, so Goldberry has her own card.
Lovely.
It is mono blue. It's Goldberry River Daughter, and my God, they did not have to make her look so hot.
Oh,
you can Google it if you want. It's Goldberry.
You already know I'm on that shit. My bisexual ass is like hot lady on the card. I'm sold.
And she thick too. Like it's Goldberry, River dash daughter.
River Daughter Magic the Gathering. Cool. Okay.
Like, look at that lighting and her hair and woof.
You're looking at her hair.
I mean, I'm also looking at them thighs, but still.
Like the chest area is also very lovely.
Hell yeah. So,
what wonderful details on the dress.
I know, right? I showed this to two different artist friends, and the thing that they noticed immediately was the lighting.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that they were most impressed with immediately was the lighting. So the way that I'm looking at the Goldberry card is I have a clear phone case right now, and what I have started to do is I will take a card, my magic card that I really like the art of, and I will put it inside. I will put it between the phone case and the back of my phone, so that whenever I put my phone face down, you see a cool looking magic card. I have had the Goldberry card inside of my phone case for the past 3 months.
Oh shit.
And the thing is, I used to switch the cards out every 2 weeks or so. Goldberry's staying in there for a lot longer. I love her to death. I love Goldberry.
For Goldberry.
I'm
Just on a quick note here. Whenever we do get to that break period, I will, like, in between switching of the PowerPoints, I do need to go grab a phone charger and some water. I have run out.
Yes, I apologize.
No, you're
I don't think there's too much left of the slideshow.
sweet.
But yes, as I've exemplified so far, there are a lot of different deck types that are viable, and because Magic the Gathering is so relatively popular, if you manage to get a small play group together, you can just make goofy ass decks and play them against each other, and it'd be fine. Like,
So you can make like a hot lady card deck, and that would be socially acceptable.
You can-
asking for a friend.
you can make Hot Lady Tribal. And
yeah.
if your friends at the table are cool with it, like, you know, it may not win you the game, but hey, you get to see hot ladies on the battlefield.
See? Love it.
Okay.
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Best game.
On to the next slide. Uh-oh, I think I may have left it on this slide for too long.
I think we broke it.
No, I just gotta wait for a little bit. Yeah, there's the
do, 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 do.
Come on. Oh, what the fuck? Are you seeing my screen go white with the PowerPoint faded in the background?
No, it's just kind of stuck on the dude right now.
Oh no.
Oh shit. We broke his laptop, chat.
No, you didn't break it. It's just
We broke it.
I left the slideshow mode running on the same slide for too long.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, baby Winston says.
Whoa. You still there? Oh, fuck. Hello? What the hell? What just happened? I cannot hear you at all. I'm going to unshare and then reshare. Oh, hold on. Why can't I hear you? Checking, testing. Hello? Nope, nothing. Oh boy. I love technology. There it is. I always miss it. Voice and audio. Hello? Nothing. What the hell? Still can't hear anybody. I'm gonna mute then unmute. Or mono. I'm gonna mono then unmono. And then default real tag. Hello? Nothing. Hold on, I'm gonna disconnect and then reconnect. Hello? Oh, damn it, what the hell has happened? I cannot hear anyone, and I don't know why. Like, I closed PowerPoint, and then all of a sudden, it just went to hell in a handbasket. Testing. No. Oh my god. How in the fuck did that manage to happen? You close PowerPoint and all of a sudden shit just stops working. I don't know how that's related. I'm going to go into my downloads and reopen PowerPoint and see if that works. Okay, yeah, okay. If you can still hear me, I only have 3 slides left. No, stop. Oh man, I cannot believe I still can't hear y'all, and I don't know why. Cannot hear a goddamn thing. Oh. If y'all can still hear me, Nuki just clipped something. Wait, now really? Now the thing's not even showing up. What the fuck happened to my laptop? Oh. Yeah, that's what I thought, Nuki. I know y'all can hear me, but for some reason, Morgan said we can hear you. I'm glad Morgan's side can hear me, but I like talking to people, and I hate that I can't hear y'all. It's bugging the shit out of me. Yes, okay, I just got Morgan's notification about the fact that they can still hear me. Oh, come on now. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Testing. Nope, that's not it. I'm not turning on my camera. Huh. Missed singing 99 bottles of beer. Oh my god. I apparently missed singing 99 bottles of beer. It was not good. That's just like your opinion, man. I don't know why. I'll be the bridge. Thanks, Nuki. Thanks for being my bridge, buddy. The bridge between the realities. Oh, what the fuck is happening? Oh, God, I'm fucking sweating, too. Oh, I hate it. Testing. I still can't hear anybody. What the fuck is happening? Am I seriously gonna just have to, like, reboot Discord? I'm not sure why I would need to. I'm gonna, disconnect from the call and reconnect. Oh, wait a second. I know. I am stupid. I realized what happened. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. Alright, here, let me get back. Okay, so, one moment.
Konnichiwa.
你好，我叫马连航，你叫什么名字？
somehow,
什么？
somehow PowerPoint crashing and me closing it caused me to mute the volume on my laptop, and I didn't notice.
Oh, Ika.
Well, how are those two related? Why would that have caused it to be muted?
That's fucking hilarious. Oh, man.
Why would it have caused it to be muted? That's so stupid.
Well, you missed me singing weird parodies of popular songs about, like, making them about Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
You should be happy you missed it.
No. Hearing friends sing, I'm sad that I missed it. Okay. Now it's working. Last three slides. And they will not...
Get through this. You got this.
They will not take long. I personally enjoyed the tangents. I hope y'all did as well.
It was fun. I enjoyed chatting with you.
Okay, cool. I'm still waiting on the screen share window to show me which screen I can share.
I live in fear of my people who make clips. I swear to God. Nuki?
Did Nuki make another clip?
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to
We're not gonna go there. We'll figure this out.
I cannot wait to re-experience the chaotic energy that is this VOD that I'm recording.
I'm so excited.
Oh, I know.
Hey!
Fuck yeah! All right, we're back, baby. Okay.
Okay.
The next point in my argument is the card text is more legible.
Yeah.
And you can compare the two
There we go.
by looking at two cards from both Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering that have essentially the same text. And that is... the one card is Pot of Greed, and the other card is one that is functionally the same exact thing. They're both cards are even green. And I cannot remember. I always forget the name of the card, but it's a great card because green mana doesn't usually have card draw, and 4 mana to draw 3 cards is really good if you're playing only in green. Draw cards, green mana. I think it's... Yes, here it is. It's called Harmonize. Harmonize is the card that I would like for anyone who wants to do it. Just Google Pot of Greed and and Harmonize MTG, and both of them. I can't remember if Pot of Greed is draw 2 cards or draw 3 cards, but Harmonize is draw 3 cards. And I want you to look at how much bigger the rules text is for Harmonize compared to Pot of Greed.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, I'm so sorry if you hear something in the background. It's Mars.
Oh, you mean if I catch a glimpse of an angel in the background?
If you hear him yelling like he's being stabbed. No, it's like the most pathetic sounding meow. It's like, dude, I'm right here. You can hear me.
That's adorable. But yes, like even two cards from 2 different games that do essentially the same thing. The rules text is 3 words for both cards. And if my memory serves me well, the card text on Pot of Greed is in like 3-point font.
Oh, shit.
Like, look at how small that is compared to Harmonize. Even with...
Yeah. That's... Yeah.
Even Magic cards that have what players joke as a novel of rules text. The longest one that I can think of is a green card called Questing Beast. And it depicts a 3-headed beast from the plane of Eldraine, which is themed after Grimm's fairy tales, and the card has an ability for each head, and it's really long, but it's just as legible, or no, it's just as legible as draw 3 cards, whereas cards with a lot of with a paragraph's worth of text in Yu-Gi-Oh, you need a jeweler's loop to be able to to be able to comprehend what the card to be able to read the card. Also, of all the times that my stupid sound card could act up, this is the worst possible time. Hold on, I got a mono, then on mono, and then go into settings, voice and audio. I need a new laptop. Like, I would settle for just a new laptop. Testing. You back? Hello? Did I mute myself again?
And then you go click a thing.
Oh,
Oh shit, we lost him.
Okay, good. Wait, am I back?
Can you hear me? Are you back?
Yeah, okay, I think we're back.
If you can hear me, say pumpernickel.
Pumpernickel.
Okay, great.
Hey!
We're back.
Okay. Rye or pumpernickel?
Pumpernickel.
That was a weirdly obscure SpongeBob reference.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, I know. He was talking about the difference.
I've seen 3 episodes of SpongeBob, man.
Okay, fair. But yes, the TLDR is even on cards with a lot of texts. And again, the card, if you feel like looking it up, is called Questing Beast MTG. The art itself is beautiful. The card's fairly expensive though. It's between $9 and $10, but it's a very good card.
Shit. $9 or $10 is nothing compared to like the $30 to $40 cards out there.
Correct, but also if you're playing in a format where the optimal strategy is to have 4 copies of that card, that $9 to $10 become you essentially multiply that $9 to $10 by 4.
Okay, yeah.
That's another thing to consider whenever considering the price of cards. Is if you're in a singleton format like Commander, then you're good. You only need 1 copy. It don't matter unless you want multiple decks to have that card. But yeah, even on cards with a lot of card text, it's still legible.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm getting the hourglass for PowerPoint again. Wait. Please.
Push through it. You got this. We've got 2 slides left.
I know. Come on, baby. I mean, I know you're PowerPoint 2007, but come on. You've been old reliable this whole time.
Wait. Whoa. You're using PowerPoint 2007?
Yes, and that is because...
I know.
If you'll hold on, I will explain myself.
Okay.
Tell
me.
I'm not paying for a subscription to Microsoft Office. And 2, my folks have had... it's back to normal. My folks has had a physical copy of Microsoft Office 2007 since they bought it, and it still has the product key on it. And while my can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And while my laptops no longer have disk drives to use the disk on, Microsoft Office 2007 is essentially abandonware, so it's free to download from like sites who keep abandonware. And and as long as I still have that product key, I can indefinitely download and use Office 2007. Like, I successfully wrote and turned in research papers at university using Word 2007.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's fair, but there's also like Google's, like there's a Google thing where you can just make PowerPoints within Google and it's less likely to crash.
Google Slide?
Yeah, that's the bitch.
Yeah, but I'm not used to that format. I'm still used to PowerPoint UI.
That makes sense.
The next slide was meant to be an expansion on how standard works, and the main point about how the standard format officially filters out older cards is that when you filter out older sets, there's no means to take old cards that are fucking busted by today's standards and just run amok in the format like Yu-Gi-Oh does. Because they filter out older sets, players who want to continue playing standard format have to continually be creative and come up with new deck strategies. Which leads to more creativity overall. Like, technically new creativity every 3 years, but still. It used to be that standard would rotate out every 2 years. But recently they changed that to every 3 years, and they think, and the reasoning that Wizards gave is that with more cards in standard, it will allow more creativity within the format. It will allow more people to look through the sets and look for that one obscure card that can like upend a whole strategy, a whole deck strategy, you know? Which it makes sense. Because most people look for the big splashy cards to add to their standard decks, and then it's a 50-50 shot whether or not it actually makes a big splash in standard. Sometimes it does, and it ends up it ends up being the proverbial monkey on the back of the entire format. Case in point, Siege Rhino. That Siege Rhino came out in a block called The Khans of Tarkir, which is a set based on Mongolian culture.
Okay.
And Siege Rhino is a 4 mana, 1 generic, 1 white, 1 black, 1 green, 4 power, 4 toughness, and it says, oops, Siege. Yeah, you are Siege Rhino. Siege Rhino is a 4/5. Siege Rhino is a 4 mana 4/5 with trample, and it says when Siege Rhino enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life.
Oh, interesting.
That is premium good stuff. Like, a card that can do all of that for 4 mana is a great deal. It's what's a good way to describe it? It's like buying 3 games for like $15.
So it's like the Steam summer sale.
Essentially,
Good
yeah.
Fucking shit.
It's a good deal. So for only 4 mana, you get a big chunky 4/5 creature that tramples, and as soon as it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life and your opponent loses 3 life. And if you put 4 copies of Siege Rhino in your deck, and you manage to summon all 4 of them somehow, your opponent has lost 12 life and you've gained 12 life. That's over half their life total.
Oh shit.
Yeah. There are also effects known as blink effects. A blink effect is any effect that will temporarily remove your creature from the battlefield and then put it back on the battlefield at some point later. And what that ability is especially useful for is for cards with ETB triggers, or enters the battlefield triggers, because their ETB triggers anytime they enter the battlefield, even if they've been taken off for a second and then put back on, that ability triggers again. And if you can figure out a way to flicker, or flicker as in like remove them and bring them back multiple times repeatedly, you have a deck strategy that revolves around flickering creatures and activating ETB triggers over and over. And that is a legit strategy that you can do. And Siege Rhino was very good at that. It also offered a good blocker on turn 4, and a few other things. I'm going to check and see what the last... Okay, yeah. But yeah, Siege Rhino dominated Standard during Khans of Tarkir, because it was too good. But by the time Standard was over, it became pretty much useless. Like, would you like to know how much Siege Rhino is worth nowadays?
How much?
The highest price that I could find is the original printing, and the highest price is $3.97. It's the promo edition though, of Khans of Tarkir. The cheapest that I see for it is 10 cents.
Oh.
Yeah, like, and
okay.
Yeah, and it's only been reprinted. Let's see,
73 times.
No, it's only been reprinted twice.
Okay, gotcha.
And the reason why that is significant is because the more a card is reprinted, the cheaper it will be to buy. Because the demand for it, while still high, the supply has gone up, which makes the price go down. Does that make sense?
Due to the laws of supply and demand.
Yeah, pretty much. It's economics 101.
Mm-hmm.
I had like another. What'd you say, Mike?
And yes, Patch Stones, we are very much enjoying the wiggles in the chat.
Oh, I'm glad y'all got wiggles. I got wiggles at the very start of my stream, but
we have the Tetra wiggles, and I don't know how, but like, it's multiplied. There's so many. They're everywhere.
Thank you for the Tetra wiggles, Mike.
So is this a PowerPoint on Magic the Gathering? Yes, it is. My good friend Ikainu here, who is above my model PNG,
Hi.
is telling us about Magic the Gathering and how he feels like it is better than Yu-Gi-Oh! In practice.
And if you're just now coming in, two things. One, if you missed a majority of the VOD, I will have it uploaded to my YouTube channel, and I'll be linking it in Kappnmorgan server so you can enjoy all 3 PowerPoints. Two, the reason why there are no images on screen is because I was a goober and forgot to save the second time that I worked on the PowerPoint, so half of it's just missing. So I'm having everyone graciously visualize these cards via their Mind Palace or Google.
Mind Palace.
Yeah.
This isn't Persona 5. But yeah, so Ikainu is finishing up his PowerPoint right now. I believe we are on either
we are
almost the last or the last one.
We are on the last slide, but technically the second to last because I had added an extra slide for a bit, but second to last slide. They have the art style. The art styles throughout Magic the Gathering is huge. Like, I guarantee you, if you looked hard enough, you would find an artist in Magic the Gathering that you could name as your favorite. Some very popular artists include Drew Tucker, Rebecca. Her name looks like it's spelled Guay, Guay, but it's apparently pronounced Gay. So Rebecca Gay. And what the fuck is his name? Hold on.
His name is Bob.
No. Here we go.
Bob.
Okay.
Tom Bombadil.
Seb McKinnon is a very popular artist in Magic the Gathering as well. Two of my favorite is Drew Tucker and Jesper Myrfors. It looks like Jesper Meyerfors, but those two drew more art in the older sets, specifically in an older set called The Dark, which is just themed after creepy stuff in general, but the way that they draw, like for instance, there's a card drawn by Drew Tucker called Angry Mob, and it's a white mana card. If you want to Google Angry Mob The Dark MTG, just to get a look at the art, it is Drew Tucker is very famous for his minimalism, so technically you do not see any detailed people in the paintings, but like you feel the visceral feeling of being chased by an angry mob by looking at that picture. It is beautifully unsettling.
And I will let you tell me that, because I would like to sleep tonight.
Oh, it's honestly though, like there's not.
You don't understand that I am a baby when it comes to that kind of thing.
I know, but like the point is that like the creepiness comes more from the implication, because you don't see any creepy looking monsters. You see what looks like a bunch of little dots of torches combined with the angle. Like, Mike, are you willing to look up the art for Angry Mob?
Yeah.
What? If you could, like, figure out a way to describe...
right now.
Okay, so, like, how would you describe the artwork for Angry Mob? Like, it's not inherently spooky. It's more so what it implies, right?
It's the knife with the blood on it, not the dead body.
Kind of, but even then, there's no blood.
No blood?
No.
Rude.
But yeah, Mike, how would you like describe the artwork for Angry Mob?
I wouldn't describe it as creepy, but it is very beautiful for how minimalistic it looks.
Yeah. Like I said, the creepiness just comes from the implication.
Okay.
I promise you, it's not nearly as bad as some of his other stuff. Especially Jesper Meerforce's stuff. Good God, that man can draw grotesque stuff, but nothing like rated R horror vibes. Because this game is meant for ages 13 and up.
More like rated R horror vibes. Ayo.
Gotti.
Daddy.
Okay, so I'm on the last slide, but at the same time, my laptop's audio chip is fucking up again, so I'm going to explain this bit real quick for the very end. The last bit of the slide was, for those of you Yu-Gi-Oh players who just love Pot of Greed, and you're a little on the fence about starting Magic the Gathering, we have our own version of Pot of Greed. There's a version of Pot of Greed in just about every color. And the initial slide was just full of different Magic cards that said draw a card on it. And that would have been all of it. But while I'm done talking, I need to fix my audio chip real quick, so I won't be able to hear y'all for a moment. So while I'm doing that, y'all can get set up. Thank you to everyone who has stuck with me during my long-ass PowerPoint and all of the tangents. I know the tangents were fun, but I also know that some people are bothered by them, even if they are fun. Okay, I think we're back. Hello?
Okay.
Okay, cool. I will
right.
I will unshare my screen.
Okay, so what we're going to do on the Kappnmorgan side of the stream, just because we are taking a very, very, very quick break. I have to get some more water. I need to go pet my cat real quick, because he is yowling at the door.
Aww.
So we're a very, very, very quick, guys,
like 5 minutes?
5-minute break?
Yeah.
We're going to speed run the fuck out of this potty break. So if
All
you
right.
gotta go now.
Yes, same for my chat. If you gotta take a potty break or whatever, feel free. I'll see y'all.
As soon as I get back, we are hitting the runway, the wheels are coming up, and this plane is taking off
Hell
for
yeah.
some miraculous ladybug.
Hell yeah.
So I'm very, very excited to share my stuff. I'm going to mute myself, and I will be right back.
Yep,
Bye.
same here. See you in a second. Bye-bye.
Alrighty. Hello, nerds. If you can hear me, say aye. Oh shit, I just turned my mic volume up instead of what I wanted to do. Okay, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I got mic back. Okay. Okay, I always get super duper, like, nervous for some reason when I do this shit. So boys, would it be easier for y'all if the PowerPoint was just on stream? Hello. I'm asking if it would be faster or easier if we just did the miraculous PowerPoint, in the, like, just on stream, or would it be easier for y'all if I did it through, Discord specifically? Actually, fuck it. We're gonna do it through Discord. Hanging on. Okay, I think. Hey, I know how to work a computer. So my apologies on the images probably being larger than what we're doing. So you guys are just gonna kind of be hanging out like a hair in a biscuit in the side. So once I figure out best place to put y'all, I'll put y'all there. Zistwim. All right, is it clear on your side? Hell yeah. And I even managed to get some PJs on while we were on that break. Oh, apple juice.
I got water.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, you know what? It needs to smell nice, yeah. So I'm just impressed that your microphone didn't pick up on lip crop dusting sound effects.
It usually does, and I just now unmuted my microphone for on OBS, so I'm just now hearing what I'm saying.
Rip.
They missed the crop dusting part, but
Damn.
that's because what I used to do right when I feel like I had to fart, I would mute my microphone, but then I realized if I talk while I fart, they never hear the fart.
Aw. Good to know, good to know. Hey, did you see that over there? Bam. And yeah. Alright, so guys, we are gonna be talking about some miraculous ladybug.
Hell yeah.
Apologies on the quality of this picture. I did not realize it would stretch quite like that. I did not read the image size, apparently.
Everyone has a blurry face.
And I care what you think. So, I have a table of contents. Because I can only work well if I have a table of contents whenever I'm doing something.
Very fair.
With this PowerPoint presentation, we are going to be just doing a very general overview of the show, characters, plotline. We're going to talk about the movie. And we are going to go into like a pros versus cons of the show as a whole and my opinions, because I have a lot. Weirdly enough, because it's a children's television show. But aside from that, general overview. Miraculous Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir is a computer-animated magical girl-esque superhero show. It was created by Thomas Astruc and developed by Jeremy Zag. The series is produced by Zagtoon and Method Animation and co-produced with Toei Animation's European division. Okay. I have cute pictures.
I like the fade in.
That was my favorite part.
I like the fade out. It's very nice.
Thank you. Tetra has a college class where he has to make PowerPoints and talk about stuff a lot. So I get Microsoft Word for free.
Oh, is the modern Microsoft Word slides, are they wider than 2007? They look like it.
Yes.
Oh, that's the one upside.
They are wider, and you can do a lot more fun stuff with it.
Oh, man.
Okay, so the series debuted in South Korea on September 1st, 2015, and then in France in October 19th, 2015. In the United States, the series previewed on Nickelodeon on September 6th, 2015, before the show was ultimately removed from the network schedule in 2016. As of 2019, the show was picked up by Disney Channel in the United States and has been airing there ever since. If you'd like to watch every single episode in order without it being fucked up, you can watch it on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Don't try to watch it on Netflix because it's all out of order, and there's actually a couple episodes missing.
I hate when that
as
happens.
I have found out. Okay, general overview continued. The series has spawned a franchise where there are comic books, novels, video games. Guess what's on my birthday list?
Ha.
Hey. Most recently, a film adaptation, Ladybug and Cat Noir, the movie, was released theatrically in France in 2023. It was later added to Netflix, and you should watch it because it's good.
It's good, actually.
It's amazing. Like, we'll get into it later, but the movie has made it extraordinarily hard to go back to the show because it was that good.
I've seen
9 out of 10 easily.
I've seen bits and pieces of the Miraculous Ladybug because my mom babysits my sister's 2-year-old, and so they leave Disney Channel on during the day. And I often see clips of Miraculous Ladybug, and that voice acting has the same vibes as the Pokemon 4Kids dub, and I wish it didn't.
Excuse you.
I really wish it didn't.
Rude. Now, the reuse of animation has that bit of older Pokemon vibe. Currently, there are 5 seasons of Miraculous with 131 total episodes. That is a lot of fucking content.
And a lot of regular content.
Yeah. So, moving on to characters. Our main characters of the series are Marinette Dupen-Chang, Adrian Agreste, Gabriel Agreste, Alia Césaire, Nino Lahif, and Chloe Bourgeois.
That orange fox lady be looking real cute.
Yeah, she's adorable. And just so everybody knows, there are some spoilers in this. Please be aware. If you are wanting to watch the show, there will be some minor spoilers. No major ones. I vetted those. Well, except for one that's kind of important that we're going to talk about, but I guessed it in the first episode, so does it really count as a spoiler? I don't know. So, continuing on, these are our characters. Marinette Dupen-Chang. Marinette is one of 2 main characters, with the show mostly revolving around her perspective, with her main goals revolving around helping her friends, protecting the city as her alter ego, Ladybug, and her attempting to overcome her issue with talking to her crush, Adrian, which becomes annoying really quickly. Her parents are the owners of a very popular bakery, and she has a huge passion for fashion design. She is very bubbly, helpful, and clumsy as hell. Just absolutely clusterfuck clumsy girl. She struggles to string together a sentence if she is anywhere near Adrian, her crush, her boo thing. When she is Ladybug, she has the Lucky Charm ability, which summons an item that she uses to MacGyver her way through the Akuma attacks, which is like the bad shit that's happening.
Yeah, and my goddamn sound chip is messing up. Okay, this is absolutely horrendous. I hate the fact that I keep having to stop the stream just to fix this. I don't know how else to fix it other than to do this, and it takes way too long. And
let me know when it's rebooted.
I'm back.
If you can hear me.
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi, back.
So,
God bless.
Did you say, "Hey, back, I'm Mike"?
Yep.
Maybe.
He-
All right, I'm giving you a high five.
He did. He said that.
It's over here for you.
It's over here.
Okay. So she has the Lucky Charm ability. She MacGyvers her way through the situation. Her other ability, that is the most important ability ever put in a superhero thing, is what's called Miraculous Ladybug. Which is where she literally throws the item that she receives from the Lucky Charm in the air, and it fixes all of the property damage caused by the Akuma attacks. Like, all of it is fixed.
That's
And
the name of the show.
best. It honestly, like, it's one of those things that's like, man, they really need a Marvel superhero with this shit, like with this ability, because it would save the taxpayers so much money.
Yeah.
Continuing on from Marinette Dupin Chang. Whoop. Shaky fingers. Okay, we have Adrian. Adrian Agreste. Adrian is the other half of the main duo. He is a model for his father's brand and has very limited experience with the outside world. He is kept extraordinarily busy with his father determining everything that Adrian does on his schedule, to the point that, you know, he doesn't have 5 minutes to, like, scratch his ass. He literally does not have time for anything.
Toxic bullshit, Dad.
Oh yeah, like the most toxic bullshit dad. When he is in his superhero form, Cat Noir, he is able to express himself more freely and uses that to make puns and just kind of have fun, have a great time. His ability is Cataclysm, which is my Discord little
I was
status,
wondering what that was.
Yep, that's from Ladybug, which can destroy almost anything he touches.
Hell yeah.
People, the Eiffel Tower,
My heart.
my heart. Horrible fangirl noises. He is head over heels in love with Ladybug, despite not knowing who is behind the mask. He has no clue. Loves this girl, like just 120%. Like, yep, that is my girl. That's right there.
That gives me the same vibes as Mary Jane and Peter Parker from the original Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie. She falls for Spider-Man, but like she's just buddy with Peter.
Yeah, they are literally in a love square, and it's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
So he holds his emotions in. He, plays his cards very close to his chest.
Yeah.
And you see him mostly being disappointed that he isn't allowed to do what other kids his age are allowed to do.
Yeah.
Which he just kind of goes along with it. He's like, all right, it's my dad. This sucks, but I can't fight him.
I guess this is my life now.
Daddy time.
Daddy!
Daddy! We actually call this character Hawk Daddy.
That's hilarious. Also,
So this is Gabriel Agreste. He is Adrian Agreste's father.
nothing about him looks like a hawk.
A hawk moth is a type of butterfly.
Oh, hawk moth. I thought you meant like a
Hawk moth.
hawk, like just the bird.
No. He is a very strict father to Adrian and hugely popular as the fashion designer. Oh my god, Gabriel Agreste. He's got the best sweaters. Whatever. He is the main antagonist to the story, with his alter ego being Hawkmoth, the creator of the Akumas that are terrorizing the city.
You'd think
His wife, Emily, disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and he wants to bring her back. This is his main motivation for fighting with Cat Noir and Ladybug. If he takes their miraculouses, he has the power to bring her back.
You'd think you'd think that Hawk Daddy would be able to recognize his son's hair and eyes underneath Cat Noir's mask.
This is like Cat Nerd's hair does change a bit, like it's all fluffled up.
I mean, I guess, but they don't look that different.
I mean, it's like, okay, does he really want to admit that his son's a furry who runs around in a leather catsuit?
I mean, I'd be willing to admit it if my son was a furry who ran around in a leather catsuit.
Oh my god.
I'd just be like, wear protection.
So he's very cold, collected, and will sacrifice literally everything in his life to reach his goal. He constantly disregards his son's feeling and is dismissive of activities that would quote unquote distract him. He also employs a bodyguard and a PA who, keeps track of his shit for him so that he doesn't even have to deal with his son most of the time. He's just like, all right, Adrian is off doing his thing. Time to be evil.
I just thought of a dumbass headcanon where his dad is so obsessed with no frivolous distractions that the baby making process was all business, and it made me think of it made me think of that one dog meme where it's no take only throw, but instead it's no sex only baby. No sex only baby.
His wife was a very lovely, loving lady.
I know. I'm just doing it for the bit.
Very lovely lady. Here we have ya girl, Alia Césaire.
Hell yeah.
Alia is Marinette Dupenchang's best friend with a keen eye for clues and is the sole creator of the Lady Blog. The Lady Blog being the blog that she runs reporting on the best and newest stuff that Ladybug and Cat Noir are up to.
Hell yeah.
Pretty cool. Pretty awesome. I am going to move my reactive image down a little bit. It's kind of distracting me. Woo, I'm disappearing. Okay. So, I am in the corner now.
Hell yeah.
She has a knack for journalism, and her main goal is to figure out Ladybug's true secret identity. It's your best friend, bitch! She is dating Nino, and she is the primary wielder of the Fox Miraculous, with Trix as her Kwami under the condition that is returned to Ladybug after each Akuma attack.
Oh, that's weird.
It's kind of like when, oh shit, we need backup. She's one of the backup people, but she's not allowed to keep her Miraculous 24/7, just in case.
She's a substitute Miraculous.
Kind of. Like, you can't defeat the Akumas without Ladybug.
Yeah.
But, I guess you could make do without Cat Noir, but I don't see why you would substitute Cat Noir.
Yeah.
Okay, we have Nino with the best picture I could find of him. Because there's not many good ones. Nino is Adrian's best friend and is extremely loyal to his friend, usually sticking up for Adrian when his father is over-controlling. The pilot episode of this show is called The Bubbler, which is where Nino gets akumatized into a villain called the Bubbler. The design is fucking awful. No, it's.
I mean, what
season 1 designs
what do you
have a special certain.
What do you expect with a villain named the Bubbler? Like, what does it mean?
Almost.
What does it mean to bubble as a verb?
He puts people that he doesn't agree with in bubbles and then floats them up to the sky.
Wow.
To send them to outer space.
That sounds like that sounds like big social commentary vibes.
It was extraordinarily dumb. It's the episode that I torture people with when they're like, "Oh, what's your favorite show?" And I'm like, "Oh, right now I'm watching Miraculous Ladybug." They're like, "What's that?" That's the episode I show them.
You show them the worst episode?
Yes.
Why?
So that I can rip it apart and be like, the rest of the show is better than this, but this is as bad as it gets.
Hilarious.
So Nino is a DJ and runs the school's radio. He is dating Alia Césaire. Nino is enthusiastic, friendly, and very, very, very compassionate. So he's very in tune with other people's emotions and tries to make them feel better, which honestly is pretty commendable in a city where negative emotions will get you turned into a monster.
Oh,
just saying.
Good vibes only.
Good vibes only. He is also granted a temporary Miraculous from time to time, with his being the Turtle Miraculous with the Kwami Ways. Which Nino gets photoshopped as Franklin the Turtle a lot.
Is he Tetra's favorite?
He is not Tetra's favorite. Tetra actually really, 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 really hates Carapace, which is Nino's alter ego.
That's so fucking funny.
It's so bad.
The Franklin meme is so funny.
It's so good. And we have this bitch. Chloe Bourgeois.
Oh my god, there could not be a more... What the fuck?
Her daddy's the mayor.
There could not be a more visually obvious character if they tried. The closest example to an obviously snobby female character is Andrea Davenport from The Ghost and Molly McGee.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I didn't include the picture of her sidekick carrying all of their shit, but I almost did. But
Oh,
I'm
that's...
like, we should focus on Chloe right now.
Of course.
So, she is the main rival to Marinette. She also has a thing for Adrian, since they were childhood friends. She is the civilian antagonist throughout the series. She has caused the most Akuma attacks by being a spoiled brat and an all-around nasty person. She's also incredibly stuck up and does everything she can to make those around her miserable.
She's a fucking bitch.
She's a fucking bitch!
Yeah.
Fun drinking game. Every time that Chloe's a bitch, take a drink.
You'll die.
Oh, it's great. I've gotten very fucked up that way.
Oh my
god. While thinking she is above the consequences of her own actions. She has a massive crush on Adrian, and they were childhood friends. Adrian has no interest in her just because of how she treats everyone else. Because where they're both rich kids, Chloe is the stereotypical rich bitch, you know, my daddy's the mayor. If I snap my fingers, I get what I want. Adrian just wants to be a normal kid and make friends, you know?
Yeah. My daddy the character.
My daddy, I want a squirrel.
For real.
She was temporarily granted the Be Miraculous with the with the Kwame pollen, but after she revealed her secret identity, just being like, "Look at me, I'm Queen Bee," she's no longer allowed to go into battle.
Good.
As Queen Bee, because one of the major things is you can't tell anyone your secret identity.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing. So that kind of sucks for our main characters. But Chloe, it's like, all right, you kind of deserve that, bitch. So I've mentioned a couple things, but here's the plot. Here's where we get into the nitty-gritty fun details. The series focuses on two Parisian teenagers, Adrian Negrest and Marinette Dupencheng. They transform into Cat Noir and Ladybug, respectively, to protect the city of Paris from supervillains. Hawkmoth is the main antagonist of the series, with his miraculous being able to create Akumas, which are butterflies that can turn a regular person into a supervillain if they are mad or upset.
They can also turn them into a red-haired muscle Oni. That was a dumb Street Fighter reference. I apologize.
Okay, I was like, this sounds like it should be something, but was drawing a blank.
Yeah, it's a villain in Street Fighter. So.
No, you're fine. Ladybug and Cat Noir face up against these villains with the powers granted to them by their miraculous. Ladybug with the power of creation and Cat Noir with the power of destruction. Plot continued. This is my favorite Kwame. There are going to be several pictures of him.
He looks like a goober, and I love him.
He's the best. Hawkmoth wants to steal Ladybug and Cat Noir's miraculous, so whenever he akumatizes someone, that's his top priority. It's not go get revenge on whoever or I need you to go do this. It's all about get the black cat ring and the Ladybug earrings.
Yeah.
In their civilian life, Marinette and Adrian try to balance school and their crushes with saving the world, because if they fail to stop an Akuma,
they're fucking
and it
dead.
Gets away, they multiply.
Oh, they're like Twonkies.
Sure.
That was an obscure Jimmy Neutron reference.
Okay. All right. And actually, this is bothering me. I'm going to move you back down to the bottom portion of my screen.
Okay.
So that you can not be sideways anymore.
I mean, that's fair. You're no longer sideways on my thing either.
And I guess Mike can come back down to ground level as well.
Still be sideways? Like
you are still sideways for 3 seconds. If my hands will stop shaking, all the energy drink kicked in at like the same time.
Oh, that sucks.
It's so yeah, it's like so if I'm talking very fast, that's why.
Okay.
So saving the world, trying to capture Akumas, and trying to not fuck up. Very difficult. Very, 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 very difficult. But you're saying, Cap'n, what the hell is a miraculous? I'll tell you what the hell a miraculous is.
Cap'n, what
Alien.
the hell is a miraculous?
Oh, okay, sorry. Keeping forward, going forward. I'm trying to put my face like I'm sneaky. I'm so sneaky in the corner. There we go. Ika, you're just gonna kind of peek over the thing.
No problem.
So a miraculous is a piece of magical jewelry that grants its wearer the ability to transform into a superhero using the power of the Kwami that lives within it. So like the Black Cat ring is Cat Noir's miraculous because it contains Plague, who is the best stupid cheese munching boy. I love him. The miraculous are supposed to be used for good, but if they are in the wrong hands, it can cause terrible fucking disasters, which is what happened to the butterfly miraculous, which is what Hawkmoth uses. The main ones that are in use throughout the series are the ladybug, black cat, turtle, fox, bee, and butterfly miraculouses.
Nice.
The peacock miraculous, which is at the bottom of that little circle there, is lost. Like it's completely lost to time. So it's gone. That shit is gone.
That train has sailed.
It's somewhere. We find out where it goes later. What happened to it, but not right now. There are also the 12 Zodiac Miraculouses, but they aren't as commonly used. They need to use them less, please.
Are they bad?
They're just too many. There's too many, because then by the time that you get a bunch of superheroes together, it's like, okay, we could have saved so much screen time if it's just like, all right, these guys right here in the top portion of the miracle box.
Oh, okay.
These guys are the important ones. The other ones are just like, oh, you need to teleport? Use the horse miraculous. Okay, cool.
That gives the same.
Its name is Pegasus.
That gives
and it's the first time I have ever hated a horse.
That gives me this
in popular media.
That gives me the same vibes as either the magical items from Shaolin Showdown or the talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures.
Pretty much, yeah. A little mix of both.
Yeah.
There's the main ones from Shaolin Showdown, and then they're trying to prevent the pieces of the evil witch lady to be summoned. Anyways, Kwamis! Here they are. Ta-da! Here's all of them.
Oh, those are cute.
Except for two. There are two missing from this group shot, and it's the missing one, which is the Peacock Miraculous, Dusu, and Nuru, the Kwami from the Butterfly Miraculous, is also not in this group shot.
I like the light blue cobra looking one.
Oh yeah, that's Sass. He's the Snake Miraculous.
He definitely looks like it.
Its ability is basically the Groundhog Day ability. Like you.
Oh, okay.
He sets the watch, and then he can go back to that exact moment at any time in case something horribly goes wrong.
Yep.
I don't know why Pollen is in that group shot twice, but Pollen is right there and also right there.
That reminds me of a.
It's the Bee Miraculous.
Yeah.
Petra's favorite.
That reminds me of the Scrub bit where the black main character Turk is like praised for saving somebody, but he's kind of exploited, and he's reminded of the time that they put him on the college brochure on the cover of the college brochure twice.
Oh, come on.
It's a good bit.
So the Kwamis we see the most often are Tiki, Plague, Trix, Waze, and Pollen, and also Nuru. The others aren't seen quite as often or have less screen time because I hate them. Thank God they're not in there all the time. Tiki is the Kwami of creation in the Ladybug Miraculous. Plag is the Kwami of destruction in the Black Cat Miraculous. Trix is the Fox Kwami with the powers of illusion. Waze is the Turtle Kwami with the power of protection. Pollen is Bee Kwami, obviously, with power of action. So it's got like a stinger ability and it can pause people, which is really helpful in active combat. You can just go boop. All right, cool.
Oh, of course.
Nuru is the Butterfly Kwami with the power of transmission being used by Hawkmoth. And by transmission, I mean the ability to create Akumas, which, historically speaking, in canon, they were made to, or it was used to make superheroes. So if there was, like, bad shit going down, you could get the Butterfly Miraculous and make it spawn a bunch of superheroes to help.
Yeah.
Because it amplifies emotions. So if they're feeling heroic, they will get uber heroic. If they're, like, pissy or upset or angry about something, guess what? Negative emotions, bitch. And you're gonna get all that.
Yup.
Moving forward, Tiki and Plag. Tiki is on the left, Plag is on the right. Plag is my boy. Trix and Waze. Trix is the fox, Waze is the turtle. Waze looks really fucking stupid.
Oh, God.
The little thing on his head. I just kind of want to, like... You know those things that they used to have in the 90s where you grabbed the ball by one of its string things and just like punch it?
Like clackers, or is the ball like big and rubber?
The big rubber ball that you would punch and it would come back to you as long as you're holding on to a piece of it.
I love those things. It's like a miniature tether ball.
Yeah, that's what I want to do to his face.
That's hilarious.
We got Pollen, the sweet baby, and Nuru, who I like much better in the movie. Speaking of the movie, excellent transition there by me. Thank you, me. The Miraculous movie that came out in 2023 took the meat and potatoes of the show and let the plot lines come through in a more cohesive way. So they did a lot less of the stupid bullshit and just went straight to it. There were several scenes that took the time to show the backstory and the character motivations and developments that we haven't been able to see within the show. It was beautiful. Cried a little bit. It was great. We saw our main characters actually develop and grow and work through their problems, which was great to see that done in an organic way. It was nice to see it in a way that didn't feel rushed or inauthentic to the characters. And the stakes were fucking high. It showed the repercussions from using a miraculous, because in the show they can de-transform and then go right back in to battle, like if they transform back.
Yeah.
Like there's no cooldown. There is no damage taken. It's just, oh, I'm a little tired anyways. And then they go forward. In the movie, we saw battle damage.
Yeah.
On the characters. We saw a character get his face, like, cut up a little bit and, like, fucked up from being hit with something. It was great. Also, appreciate the textures. Look at the animation difference just from the poster, from what we can see on these two characters from a promo shot.
The animation looks so much better. The biggest reason why I don't really care for Miraculous Ladybug is like 100% the art style of the show.
It's such a huge thing to get past too, because it's like the show is great, but the art style's a little goofy. And look at Adrian's hair.
Absolutely gorgeous.
It's so fluffy. It's fluffy and floofy, and it moves. Yes. Going more into the movie, animation was gorgeous. The animators did a great job of paying attention to the smallest of details. Marinette has individual eyelashes.
Hell yeah.
And there are super great details on, like, all parts of the suit. her little piece that's holding her hair right there has texture, and there are some hairs that are little flyaways that aren't really connected to the rest. Like, small details. I love animation.
I love the small details in animation as well. What I don't like is the fact that my fucking sound chip's messing up again, so I have to go into mono, and I have to fix it real quick. While I'm fixing it, and while I was listening, I went ahead and linked to a few magic videos in your Discord, Morgan, on mobile, that adds some more context to Siege Rhino, the Ignite Memories thing, and I'm legitimately still talking, so only because I'm still trying to fix my
Look at that. Doop, doop, doop.
I'm only
Keep talking. I'm gonna move you again.
Okay.
I don't like you in that corner.
Okay.
I'm putting you in this corner.
Okay.
It's been bothering me for like 10 minutes now.
No problem.
Last time we're moving, I promise.
That's okay. I linked y'all some videos on Magic about the art for the dark, context on the Siege Rhino in Standard, the evolution of Magic's card borders, which is much cooler than it sounds, and the whole story on the surviving Ignite Memories thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I just fixed it and it's already doing it again. This sucks. Fuck it, I'm gonna put it on mono and then see if that helps, because this is the worst. I'm interrupting your PowerPoint and I feel so bad. I feel so bad about it. Okay, now I'm back.
Can you hear me? Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Pumpernickel.
Pumpernickel, pumper quarter.
No, don't feel bad. Like, their tech issues are gonna happen, buddy. It's gonna happen no matter what we do, so...
I know, I just
gotta roll with it, and we got this.
I just feel bad that it keeps happening so much.
Fine. I mean, I'm not gonna get mad about it and be like, no, you know.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
Shit happens.
Thank you.
Hey, no probs. So, smallest of details, it did a fucking solid wrap-up of the Hawkmoth storyline. We got a Hawkmoth storyline. With an introduction to the next villain to step into place. If they make another movie, which they absolutely should. Because, my only two complaints, I have two complaints about the movie. Number one, firstly, my boy Plague. They made him gross. They made him, like, act gross and kind of like that gross, stinky uncle that occasionally comes to the barbecues. Nobody likes stinky uncle being there. They used him for fart jokes.
Ew.
And... my boy.
Because I guess executives think that kids' movie automatically needs fart jokes.
I mean, fart jokes are great, but...
not too much.
Not too much. Like everything else. Moderation.
Yep.
And please do not put multiple farts into the same scene. I get it. You're making them gross. I have unfortunately accepted this at this point, but too much. Too much. So that's my first complaint about the movie. The second complaint I have is they had a different singing voice than talking voice for Marinette. So her main voice actress can sing. She has sang in multiple things and is even the English version of Bad Apple that everybody knows.
Oh,
That's
really?
Marinette Dupenchang's voice actress. I figured that out this week.
That's really cool.
It came on my Pandora playlist when I was driving, and I'm like, that sounds like Marinette. So I watched the. It was like I watched the featuring Christina. As soon as it said Christina, I'm like, oh my god, it's Christina V. It's the voice actress. What the fuck?
That's funny.
It was great. Lovely thing. like, it's so fun to know that something I listened to in high school is still connected back to this awesome show.
Absolutely.
So the difference is a bit jarring. Like, Tetra and I were very confused, I guess is the best word for it, with because it is a musical. Hey,
you know me.
Musicals are great, and you know it.
I'm very picky.
You're just being a baby.
I'm very picky with musicals.
Boo. Well, it's a good one. It's not like the full thing is a musical, like constant Les Mis style singing.
Oh, okay.
But like,
yeah, I thought the what the fuck is Wolverine's actor's name?
Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, I thought the Hugh Jackman version was really boring. Have you seen the early?
It was so bad. The music was so bad.
Have you seen the early 2000s version with oh my god, what the fuck is her name? With Captain Barbossa as Javert.
Yes.
I
have seen every version of Les Miserables because it is my favorite musical of all time. The best version, and I will go on record, hand on the Bible, tell you this. The best version of Les Miserables in existence is the 1995 10th anniversary in concert version with Colm Wilkinson as Jean Valjean.
What about film-only adaptations?
Those don't exist. Goodbye.
Come on, the Jeffrey Rush version was good. I watched it in high school English class.
Yeah.
Uma Thurman, that's her name.
Yeah. It's okay. I've had better.
That's what she said.
But, yeah.
And it's time to fix my audio shit again. I know. I don't know why I don't know what causes it. I wish, like, if I could figure out what the fuck caused it, I could maybe fix it. But I'm turning off mono, and going back into settings. I'm going to space. Flying through the sky at the speed of light. Here I am, rocket ship. All right, testing. All right,
Nickelodeon.
We're back.
Oh no, he got Thanos snapped.
I'm back.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm back.
Hey. Okay. So the music, like the difference in the voice acting, is a little bit jarring, but the music is good enough to where you don't really mind. It's just like, all right, time for this shit. Here's the other girl, back with another musical number. Hey. And they gave Hawkmoth a villain song.
Uh-oh, be prepared.
And it slaps. It's so good. It's so good. So, pros and cons. Going into the nitty-gritty bullshit of this now. Cons. I put Lila, this character right here, on my cons because I hate her.
Is she not in the original show?
She is.
Okay.
She did not make a movie debut, thank the gods. But no, I dislike her character vastly.
Oh, okay.
She is in the last episode or two of season 1. So the cons. With the show in general, they have a hurry up to wait type of storytelling. You'll get a few episodes jam-packed full of important plot information, new characters, and it massively affects the story. And then you get the episodes after it that don't acknowledge at all or even break the rules that had been established in those prior episodes. So, like, let's say they had an episode going, okay, make sure you don't tell anyone your secret identity or else you can't use a miraculous anymore. The very next fucking episode, one of the other miraculous users tells her boyfriend that, hey, I'm Rena Rouge, and he's like, oh, sick. And she still gets to operate as a superhero. And it's like, wait, did we not just establish last episode that you could get your miraculous taken away if anyone knows that that's you? So, like, small little details like that, or even, like, just small things that affect in-universe things that just go unacknowledged for seasons at a time sometimes. After you start adding in the other Kwamis and their powers, my boy, Cat Noir, gets shafted in terms of storyline and how useful he is to the team. Like, responding to an Akuma attack, and guess what? We already got it. Where the fuck were you? He doesn't get any of the important information that Ladybug shares with the other group members and is left out of several discussions. To the point where he did not know that Rena Rouge and Carapace knew each other's secret identities. And then he's like, wait, what the fuck? I thought we weren't supposed to know each other's secret identities. And it's like, yeah, special thing about that. And it's like, no, we just established that rule. Cat Nerd was not informed of any of this. So that's kind of annoying, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like, so your boy gets shafted, and there's too many other miraculous users that just kind of make the stakes a little bit lower, because it's like, oh yeah, they'll just pull one out of their ass. You know, just like, oh good, here's the monkey miraculous that has the same powers as the old Monkey King story. Cool. It's like a knockoff version of Cat Noir.
Sweet. Journey to the West, my favorite.
Yeah. So, like, it's just that bit of Cat Noir is literally in the show title. It is not Miraculous Ladybug Solo. We just call it that shorthandedly. It is Miraculous Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir. His name's in the title. He gets no information. What the fuck?
I get top billing. Where's my money?
Yeah, where's my boy? The other really big issue with the show for me is the reuse of the transformation animations. We get it. There are 131 episodes. We have seen these animations at least that many times. Sometimes there are multiple times when you get to see that same animation within the same episode. And that eats up at least 20 seconds of screen time that they could have used for something else. Shit stacks up real quick.
I was about to say...
You got Ladybug's transformation, you got Cat Noir's transformation. It's like, it's unnecessary. It does not need to be that long. We know who these characters are.
That's one... Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
That's one main reason why I don't like a lot of transformation anime, is the fact that you see the same transformation animation every single episode, and I get so tired of seeing it. That's also why I after I've watched an anime or a show's opening at least like twice, I will always skip it as much as I can, because I really don't want to grow to hate the song that's in the opening.
Fair. Unless it's like an absolute bop.
That's especially a reason why I don't want to listen to it over and over, because I can very easily ruin a song for myself by listening to it too much.
Nah, like the one episode or the one opening for Naruto. We are fighting dreamers, la da 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 da. Like, I listen to that in my car when I am driving.
Fighting dreamers, Shinjiru Gamma Mario, just go my way.
Wow, I feel like the worst anime nerd. Both of you, like, same time burst into song with the actual Japanese, and I'm over here like, derp.
I only know a little bit of it, and I know it because I watched Naruto while it was airing on Toonami, and I would watch it religiously. So I wound up watching that intro a lot. The same with Haruka Kanata by Asian Kung Fu Generation.
Yeah, it's good shit. The Miraculous theme is a bop. BT dubs. If you've not heard it, it's fun. It's a great show. I love it. cons continued. There's my boy. There's my happy little boy. Look at that smile.
Oh my god, that
Look at that smile.
the color of his mask combined with the tone of his skin makes his mouth look very uncanny. It's really funny.
It's kind of like, it's a good thing it's a magical transformation, or else he'd have to fucking powder that thing.
Yeah,
to get
for
his
real.
face out of it. It continued with the cons of this, and I did the cons first so that I could talk about the fun shit last. The animation quality. It really varies between seasons. With some seasons, like season 2, looking so much better than others. Like, season 1 was produced in a very, very, very quick time frame. And it shows. To the point where it's like, oh, this doesn't look good. And, 3D animation, when you use computer animation and computer graphics like that, if you aren't careful, it's a little buggy with the character models.
I just realized what his face reminds me of.
What's that?
It reminds me of specifically Michael Keaton's Tim Burton Batman's mask.
Oh, don't do that to me, please. Why would you do that?
Association make brain go burr.
Happens. So, my main complaint overall is the fact that the character development does not exist for certain characters, or that characters that had previously improved in some ways regressed to show how they had been for most of the show. Where I am in season 4, it is 6 months into the storyline. 6 months. And Marinette still, to this day, cannot speak a single sentence to Adrian without completely bumbling her words.
Ugh, I hate
Instead
that.
of, like, oh, I'd love to go to the movies with you, or, oh, I'd love to help you with that. It's, oh, I love you. And it's like, no.
That sort of trope can only get you so far before it turns into a crutch that needs to stop.
Exactly. And I have heard from my friend Sai, for those of you who know her, Psycho Paints. She is in my Discord and also Tetra's Discord. She says that the writing gets better with season 5 and stuff goes hard. And she is patiently, so patiently waiting for me to finish season 4 and get on to season 5 so that we can discuss. Unfortunately, through writing this PowerPoint and just checking into correct spellings of people's names, I have gotten a couple pretty severe spoilers, and I am excited to see how that happened. What got us there?
Never look at a wiki page if you're unsure about something.
It was so bad. I was like, oh no. And Tetra's like, what happened? And I'm like, I can't tell you. I want to tell you, but we're watching this together. I cannot tell you.
Do you want to know more about this person who is already dead?
It's just like, come on, man. Why would you spoil something? At least mark spoilers or have a option at the top of the page to hide spoilers past a certain point.
There are some wikis who do that, but not all of them do. Also, you mentioned that season 5 goes hard, but this show isn't a case where everything sucks up until season 5, is it?
No, it's like a 50-50 ratio of, man, this is filler, and holy fuck, did they really just manage to do that?
So
within 25 minutes.
So what you're saying is there are several episodes that I can skip if I want to get through this series.
Yeah. So, like season 1, I'll give you an example. Season 1 is like 20-something episodes. They tell us what is happening in the last 3 episodes of the season.
So
they just drop our asses in there with no context.
So I just need to So I just need to watch episode 1 and then the last 3 episodes of season 1.
Yeah, or, if you want to watch the fun villains, like, there are moments that do make the show worth watching in season 1.
Now, when you say fun villains, do you mean, like, Power Rangers fun or, like, actual fun villains?
Yes.
Oh, I don't like Power Ranger villains.
Who is my favorite villain, and Tetra hates him, but he's my favorite villain. His name is Mr. Pigeon. And what it is this poor man who loves pigeons, Mr. Ramier, anytime someone is mean to a pigeon around him, he gets so upset that Hawkmoth is able to akumatize him. And he is the person who has the most akumatizations in the show. They had an episode in season 4 called Mr. Pigeon 72. And it was the 72nd time that he had been akumatized into Mr. Pigeon in a 6-month time frame.
Good lord. But
It's still my favorite villain.
But
everyone else can fight me, but like that's my favorite reoccurring villain is Mr. Pigeon.
I feel that.
I love him.
But like I said, I'm really like design wise, I like some of the villains of Power Rangers, but like, oh my god, their characterizations are so boring.
Yeah.
Like fucking.
I'll give you a list. How about this? I'll go through, rewatch it, give you a list of. You can skip this one unless you want to see like some nice little character moments or fun design.
Yeah, that's fair.
Backtracking to this, Marinette bumbling her words. They're in the same class.
Good lord.
Adrian and Marinette are in the same fucking class. She sits behind him.
Oh my girl!
6 months.
You need to grow a set of girl balls.
Those are called ovaries.
I thought about saying ovaries, but I wasn't sure which one would be more enjoyable, girl balls or ovaries.
Grow a pair of ovaries is how I usually do it.
I mean, yeah, they can take a pounding.
Yeah. So it's weird that Marinette, as Ladybug, can canonically jump into a dinosaur's mouth with nothing but like a car jack. But as Marinette, she can't talk to a boy. She jumped into a T-Rex's mouth.
I mean,
without thinking about it.
To be fair, it took Sam almost dying in the fires of Mount Doom to have the courage to talk to his crush.
But yes.
But I understand the frustration. It's
T-Rex.
Yeah.
They're a little bit more toothy. Okay. Palette cleanser. This is how everyone in there is feeling. Everyone is talking a lot. So, this is also from the movie. It's a little blurry, but that's okay. Yeah, exactly. This is the face that I thought of, Mike, when you said the face.
D-colon.
Yeah, I was like, this is the face. I can't wait to get to there because this is the face. Okay.
The face of what?
Just the D-colon, the
Oh, okay.
face.
Oh, okay.
So, palette cleanser. Everybody take a drink. Stretch. Take a second. Take a breath. I'm going to drink some water because my voice is suffering.
Yeah, I don't I only took a few swigs of my energy drink through the entirety of my presentation, and my voice still does not feel sore.
It's a bit more gravelly than when we started, but
yeah,
I'm glad that it doesn't hurt.
It's mostly gravelly because I'm leaning in close to the mic and I'm not like speaking up.
Oh, okay. So you're like ASMR, like, hello, this is Ikainu with PowerPoint Night.
Good lord, Morgie, you could absolutely pull off ASMR.
There is a market for that, and I have had people request it.
You got the voice for it.
I'm very self-conscious about my sharp S sounds I do. I don't know why. That's just always been my like self-conscious thing.
Well, I mean, I can
hear it.
I can definitely hear the way you pronounce. I can definitely hear the way you pronounce your S and your T's, but that's honestly what makes you perfect ASMR material, because the sharpness of the S and the T's is what at least in my opinion, is what produces the tinglies.
It is very satisfying, yes.
It's satisfying?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
It's
someone donates $100, I'll do ASMR next stream. How about that?
Like it's the equivalent of someone
Joking.
No,
by
it's
the way.
it's the okay. It's the equivalent of someone on an ASMR stream with really long nails gently tapping something very hard.
Can you hear that?
Vaguely.
Hang on, let me get my phone case out here. Like
my filter is too good.
Oh.
The Discord filter.
Yeah, I don't hear any noises. Although I have my noise filter turned. I have my noise filter turned off, so y'all might hear this.
Nope.
Nope. Okay, damn.
Nothing. All right. Everybody has taken a drink. Ikainu.
Yeah.
Drink some water.
I've been
Energy drink is not water.
I've been sipping on my sweet tea throughout your entire presentation because I haven't had to talk.
Good. Okay, good. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Hydrate, don't dehydrate. Don't do that.
I finished my energy drink during my presentation.
Okay, good. All right. Now to the fun part for me.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for redeeming Hydrate, Mike. All right. Pros. Once again, for the pros, I am using stills from the movie because I like it. And it's pretty.
Are the rest of the pros in this black background, white font style?
No.
Oh my god, that would have been so funny if the cons were white background with black text, but the pros were black background with white text.
I mean,
that would have been really funny.
I do like darker color palettes. Like, my phone is definitely set to dark mode.
Oh, so is mine.
I can read it easier.
Yeah, I have
dyslexia. It's fun.
I have everything with a screen set to dark mode.
Even my Reddit that no one will ever get to see.
You got them secret subreddits?
Yes, I do. No one will know my shame. Except for Tetra.
Oh my god, I still think it's hilarious. I have a friend that I've known since high school. And he wound up going to the same community college I did. So we wound up with a whole new group of friends then from high school. Mm-hmm. And I can't remember how the topic came up. But we started a running gag about this friend's secret subreddits because he would never tell us what's on his subreddits for the bit, for the bit, and we're like, and sometimes, and he would be on his, every time he would pick up his phone and look at it, someone would look at him and be like, yo, dude, you on them secret subreddits?
Mm-hmm.
And I love.
Yeah, I'm on Houseplant Circle Jerk.
I love the fact that we started shortening them to subruds.
Subruds.
It fucking kills me.
Alrighty, into the pros we are going.
Yeah.
This show is honestly a really fun watch with a interesting take on interpersonal relationships and a cool bad guy with great motivation. Once you get there.
Interesting take on relationships.
Interesting take on relationships.
That's it. For some reason, whenever the cadence that you said interesting take on relationships with immediately reminded me of the Final Fantasy VII battle, battle victory theme.
I have heard that song so much. Tetra is a huge Final Fantasy person.
Hell yeah.
So, the changing character dynamics between Marinette and Adrian when they are in their hero selves are fun to watch, where Marinette is very normally, timid and kind of clumsy. She is cool-headed and just really rolls with those punches. With Adrian, you get to see how he would be if he was allowed to be himself in his home life. Cat puns included. Lots of cat puns. And with the release of season 4, most of my complaints about the lack of plot are being solved since they actually took the time during pandemic to listen to their fans.
They took the time to write a story.
They took the time to write a fucking story, and listen to the feedback that the creators were getting. Because we are probably a smaller fandom, but we are very, very, very loud.
Hell yeah.
When it comes to this shit.
That's how it be.
So, yes.
Come here often.
Yes. While the animation was one of my cons for this show, it's also a pro. It has greatly improved from where we came from with season 1. If they just dial it in like it's an espresso machine, just dial it in a little bit, they would be golden.
Concentrated animation.
Yes. I love Hawkmoth so much as a plot device. His backstory is intriguing, and I hope that they wrap his storyline up well. And they actually show his backstory in the Miraculous Ladybug movie. And how did we get through this much show without showing the crucial details to his backstory that none of us got to see before that? I literally, like, I'm one of those people that will gently but very fast tap you on the shoulder if we're watching something together and be like, oh my god, did you see that thing? Bless you.
Sorry.
I couldn't tell what I couldn't tell what the fuck that was, Mike. I thought you were objecting, like, how dare you?
How dare you smack people when you're excited, gently.
Also,
it's like a tap, 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 tap.
I gotta say, I love the look on Ladybug's face. That's like peak romance anime face right there. That's one of my
Yep.
gotta be one of my favorite genders.
Yeah, it's so good. My poor fangirl heart watching this movie for the first time. Like, Tetra and I were both digging it. We were just freaking out about how awesome the movie was, and so much like that, like personal relationships that improved throughout the movie. The main one being Marinette being able to speak to Adrian.
Yep.
I didn't realize I needed it that severely until it happened, and I'm like, I don't know if I could go back to the show. Shit.
I can't go back to the before time.
Yeah. It almost makes me wish that I had finished season 5, but we watched the Miraculous movie the day it came out.
Yeah.
No joke. We got off of work. I looked at him. He looked at me, and we're like, Miraculous? Miraculous. And we watched it, and we cried, and it was great.
He looked at me, and I looked at him.
Is that Stuck in the Drive-Thru by Weird Al?
Yes, it is.
Hell yeah. Something else I really, really, really love. Hawkmoth. Well, no, wait, I said the Hawkmoth one. Still, going back to Hawkmoth. I love him. They showed Marinette struggle with balancing being Ladybug and herself for the first time in the show. And Homegirl almost had a mental breakdown. Like, she was freaking the fuck out. To the point where she's like, oh, I'll just stay as Ladybug. I don't need to be Marinette. I'll just stay as Ladybug. And it's like, no. What about Tiki? Tiki's power is being used to make you Ladybug. She's gonna be tired.
I mean, hey, that's what happens when you spend, I'm assuming, 4 months of your superhero. No. I'm talking about like, the time span from season 1 to season 4.
Yeah, it's 6 months.
Oh, between season 1 and 4? I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you mentioned earlier that the time span from season 1 to the current season was 6 months.
Yeah, it's the same. Like, its time is progressing really, really, really slowly.
Okay, but anyway, that's what happens when you don't get character development until 6 months into your superhero career. It suddenly hits you like a ton of bricks.
Exactly, and it was great to see her struggle through an issue and not get it right the first couple times, and it shows the weight of the responsibility that she held. Like, if she messes up in any way, boom, there goes Paris.
With the weight of the world on my shoulders.
Meta. Sorry.
What? I was making a Fly from the Inside by Shinedown reference. I'm not sure what you were going for, Mike.
Meta?
No. Middle gang.
Oh, Metal Gang.
I don't.
Hi, Tetra. Hi, honey.
I don't get that reference.
It's just a stupid joke that we have for some reason.
Oh.
In both of our streams.
Like Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Yeah.
Like,
so
whenever there's a decision, if we go up or down, it's always middle.
it's always middle, yeah.
Oh, middle. I thought he said metal.
middle. Yeah, I mean, metal is great too. They also do a really good job with the antagonistic characters, showing them as multi-dimensional characters and not just as a cardboard cutout of a bad guy. Even someone like Chloe Bourgeois, we kind of see why she is the way that she is. We see her parents, and we understand.
Wait a second. I think I'm just now digesting her last name. Her last name is Bourgeois.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
like the bourgeoisie.
Yeah, I got that, but I'm surprised that's not her middle name and her last name is Z.
Oh. No, that would be a little on the nose.
I mean, it's already on the nose. You might as well go for the
Even
full
more
nostril.
on the nose. Oh.
Yeah,
I
that.
don't like noses.
Yeah.
Noses weird me out a little bit.
I feel
Got
that. I know
boogers in
some.
'em.
I feel that. I know someone who has a fear of feet.
Yeah. Feet are gross. So,
Is that
in
reverse
conclusion.
Psychology?
Do what?
No, is that reverse psychology?
Reverse psychology and like referring to what?
Feet. Now you're going to get a bunch of feet pictures from people.
Oh, I'm not the one who's afraid of feet. I'm indifferent to feet.
I don't care for them. They're just kind of gross. So, in conclusion, I feel like if people would give the show a chance, they would love it. It's a great show. It's fun. I enjoy it. I'm really excited to see where we're going in season 5. And I will need tissues for season 5. I have already been warned that I will need something to dry my eyeballs with.
Right at your conclusion, we have another downing of my sound chip.
Damn.
And I need to fix it real fucking quick. I don't know why I closed my volume settings. That's the worst thing I could have done. Now I have to wait for it to slowly pop open. There it is. And now I need to wait for it to... I mean, people can still technically hear you. Well, not Mike, but people can hear you fairly well, Tetra, until I hit...
Tetra?
I don't know why I said Tetra. Oh, I know why. You said hi, Tetra, and that got stuck in my brain. Either way, I'm hitting mono now. Testing.
Let me know when you can hear me.
I can hear you.
All right. Sound check on Mike. Mike, you alive?
Good live.
Oh my god, and now the
Dead.
now the glitching is back, so we turn mono back off. We go back to settings. Isn't this just the best time of your life? We're back.
Alright, back?
Yep.
Fuck yeah. Alright, so, awesome show. You should watch it. It has fun characters, a great plot, stacked voice cast that you can tell they enjoy what they're doing. I know for a fact that the person who voices Hawkmoth has got to have fun with it. How could you not? The movie is fantastic. And honestly, I'm impressed with what the Miraculous team has pulled together in recent seasons of the show. Especially with the second half of season 4 that I'm getting into, they're pulling some really cool shit out that I really wish they had pulled out earlier. I really wish they had brought some of those plot lines a little bit sooner, and maybe some more context would have been nicer earlier, but I feel like I have fucking earned that shit now. And most importantly, out of this entire PowerPoint, Team Plag for life.
Team Plag.
Team Plag!
Plag, whatever that is.
Team Plag for president. Thank you for listening. That was my PowerPoint.
Hell yeah.
Anybody have questions? This is your time.
Yeah, there it
Hey.
is. Golf clap.
Golf clap. Hey.
By the way, this reminds me
Yes.
of what's the other one? I forgot one of them, but there's another show with a similar vibe of like, on the outside it looks shallow and dumb and just made for kids, but in reality it's very well written and researched and whatnot. And for me, that show is Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. It is on
Sounds interesting.
It's on Disney Plus. It is a Marvel show, but like, I'm not sure if Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur are real or if they were just made up for the show, but like, it's about a little genius black girl who lives in Harlem, and her parents run a roller skating rink, and she is she's a super genius, and she winds up creating creating a machine that opens a portal into another dimension that pulls this giant red T-Rex through, and he essentially acts like a big old dog, but she can also like sort of understand what he's saying, and so
it's kind of like Clifford mixed with Scooby-Doo, dinosaur form.
Kind of, but they're also not solving mysteries because Moon Girl is like a pseudo Harlem-y Batman, where she has little gadgets that she makes.
Cool.
And she also uses the help of Devil Dino to help her in, and she's like a small time superhero where she helps like she fights off local villains and whatnot. And it's a very, very cute and sweet and very wonderfully written show.
So I'll have to put that on my list once I get through the Ladybugs.
Yeah.
And I will do like a full in-depth analysis, and that might be my film review thing that Nuki has been asking me for months now. Nuki wants me to do film reviews.
And apparently...
And I don't know, maybe it's because I go on tangents. And
apparently Nuki get what Nuki want.
I mean, Nuki's a sweet little egg. How could you not love Nuki?
Sweet little egg. I love that description.
It's a good egg. Nuki's a good egg.
I'm not denying that he's a good egg. I just keep forgetting that the phrase good egg is a thing that people say.
You know what the sad part is?
Huh?
I can't eat eggs.
Oh yeah, I remember. They
make me sick, but I love them so much.
It's a 50-50 on the gas blaster, right?
It's a 80-20.
Ah, 80-20 on the gas blaster.
It's one of those, okay, once in a blue moon in a clear sky on a day where it has a, F in it.
Oh, I
won't get sick.
I fully understand that because pretty much almost everything I eat at I don't know if Mike will know what this is, but Morgan, you might, since they're in our general area. The convenience store / gas station known as Sheetz.
Sheetz. Yeah.
Okay, so Mike.
I'm a Buc-ee's person.
Mike, Sheetz is like a fast food restaurant meets convenience store meets
gas station
meets
truck stop.
Yep.
You can find pretty much 20 different varieties of jerky in there.
And also their main draw is their food menu, which you can pretty much customize every food item on that menu. And I love doing it, but like they don't even fry their burgers. I think their burgers are microwaved or something, but I do not care.
Blech.
It is delicious.
Blech.
And like every other item on their list gives me the runs, but I don't care. It's so good.
Excellent. All
Is
right.
that what you're talking about when talking about gas station food?
Yes.
Yeah, gas station food
I mean,
is either, well,
gas station.
I don't
It
care for it.
It depends on the gas station and it depends on the food. For instance, don't get gas station sushi.
Or hot dogs.
Well, if you're going to 7-Eleven, then their hot dogs are pretty good.
Don't get the hot dogs.
I've
had to clean the hot dog machines before, and let me tell you what, there are so many different little places where germs can live that are hard to reach, and you will get burnt. I have a burn on my bicep, like an old burn scar from when I used to, work at the place that served hot dogs.
Dang.
And oh yeah, it smelled like a hot dog for a week. It was real gross.
Ugh.
Yeah, you should see the scar. It's pretty gnarly. Anyways, don't trust anything that comes off of a hot dog roller. They're notoriously difficult to clean.
On the upside, if you manage to not get sick from eating a hot dog off of a roller, then you have immunized yourself against any disease that might be lurking on the roller. Dude, that's a long pause.
Yep. Go for it, buddy. See what happens.
I mean, I have I have eaten a hot dog
Excellent.
off the gas station roller before, and nothing happened.
Interesting. Well, anyways,
Yeah.
any questions on Miraculous Ladybug while we are here? While we got this PowerPoint presentation and me caffeinated?
No
Any questions, comments, concerns, inquiries, trivia?
No questions on my end.
Okay.
Nope.
All right, chat. This is your 20-second from this moment mark. If you have a question, type it. I'll answer it. If not, I feel like that is a great place for us to leave off for the night. So we got 8 more seconds on the clock. Boop, boo. I'm not seeing any questions yet.
We are at 5 hours and 6 minutes.
Yep. Well, 5 hours and 2 on my side because I started a little later, but
yeah, it's all right.
Holy shit, that was a very long PowerPoint presentation night, but I had a lot of fun.
That was fucking...
For everybody that joined us, thank you so much for joining us on this fun little adventure.
Yes.
I'm going to make this a monthly, reoccurring thing on my channel.
Hell yeah.
So if you want to be part of the PowerPoint presentation night, the best place to go is my Discord, which I have linked in my channel. Sorry, Ikai News people. Here's a fake link for you.
A fake link?
No,
I mean, if you want to give
kidding.
me, if you want to give me a Discord invite link, I'll gladly post it into my chat.
11 out of 10 would recommend.
11 out of 10 would recommend. Hell yeah. I also have Instagrams. If you want to give me a follow, I post shit. Sometimes at 4 in the morning. It's a fun gamble. I do not have a Reddit, Mike. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you keep trying to make that a thing.
I do not have a Reddit.
Be a thing.
There is no war in Bossing Say.
Reddit.
There is no war in Bossing Say.
I just don't want people to see my stuff. I don't post personal stuff, but I peruse. And I don't want people to think less of me as a human.
I peruse the NTR tag, and it's okay.
No.
I kid.
So thank you guys so much for being here. Huge kudos to my good buddies and yours, Schnitzel Mike and Ikainu. Schnitzel Mike, you are coming in from several hours ahead of us in time. Please get some rest, sweetie.
9 a.m. soon, yeah.
It is 9 a.m. We went live at 4 in the morning?
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
My sleep schedule is pretty much that. So I usually go to sleep at 8 a.m.
Damn, what a trooper.
Okay, so next time I go, hey, let's do a PowerPoint presentation night, you should go, hey, Kappn, I'm supposed to be in bed at the time you want to go live.
It's fine.
I was curious as to why you wanted to have it at 9:30 because I knew that these things usually go very long.
Yeah. just because, like, I had to set up stuff on my side, and it needed just that little extra hour.
That's
I also
absolutely
started
fair.
a brand new route at work today.
That's right. Okay.
And
you got home later than usual.
I needed to vent to Tetra for at least 45 minutes before I encountered nice people who didn't know my personal bullshit, and I do not want to bring personal on the camera and on VOD because, like, I was livid today.
Absolutely fair. Also, like I said, if you want to give me that, well, there's only like one person in my chat, and that's Dragumi, and she's already in there.
She's already in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you for joining me. I will announce next month's PowerPoint presentation subject later this week, because if people have a month to work on it, we might have more people.
Yeah, maybe.
And I would love to have more inclusion from my people. I'd love that. That'd be super cool.
Yeah.
But thank you, guys. Have a great night. Mike, go to bed. Sleep.
Yeah, for real, bro. Get you some eeps.
Go to sleep.
I'm gonna get off of here and do my usual sign off on Twitch as well, and then I will be I'll be working on the VOD, which shouldn't take too long to upload to YouTube. But yeah, I will see y'all later. Thanks for listening to me ramble. I really wish those images had saved properly.
Hey, it happens. Have a good one, Nika.
Okay, but night. Boy. Okay, that was fucking cool, except for the fact that there was no... I am so hung up on the fact that there was no images in my PowerPoint. I worked so hard on those images. I felt so proud of myself. I know lingering on it will not help. It has passed. There is no point in going back to it. Also, Dragumi, I very much appreciate you sticking around for this long. Holy crap. Wait. I thought I saw you in here. Oh, well. Either way, whoever the one person that's still in here is, thank you so much for sticking around this long. I appreciate you. There's not going to be a see you soon screen. There's just going to... because it's too late for that. It's too late. So I'm just going to say... have a wonderful evening, and I hope whoever's still awake out there gets some sleep or some rest. And be good to yourself. Be good to everyone. Be nice to each other, because this is all we got. Have a wonderful evening, and good night, everybody.